November 1st, 2023 working session to order. Can I get a roll call?
Commissioner Beeman. Commissioner Hodge.
Here.
Commissioner Labar. Commissioner Light.
Present.
Commissioner Maciejewski.
Here.
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders.
Here.
Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Somerville.
Present.
Thanks.
Right, and moving on, we're going to go to public participation. During working session, members of the audience have 1 minute to speak, and then at our regular meeting at 7, you'll have 3. Is there anybody in the audience or online who wishes to speak for 1 minute during working session? Okay, please come to the podium.
Good evening. I'm Andy Coma. I'm a member of the advisory council, the environmental council for Washtenaw County. And I came to talk just briefly about the need to fully staff the recommendations that we made at the county level to reach our environmental goals. And I'll speak more to that later. I'm hoping to listen to the discussion you have on the letter that we forwarded to you earlier. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Is there anybody else in the audience who wishes to speak for 1 minute during working session? Okay, please come up.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Josh McAllister, Director of 2 Marines. Coming here hoping that you guys can pass this resolution for homelessness, 1, and then 2, the recidivism rate is extremely high in Washtenaw County. We can help homelessness, but I don't know how much more we're going to need to help this rate and mental health issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room wish to speak? Anyone online? Okay, we're going to move on to the report from the county administrator.
No report.
Thank you. And do we have a report from the Board of Commissioners liaison?
No report, Chair. You'll hear from me soon.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, we're going to move on to our only discussion item for tonight. It is the 2024 through 2027 budget discussion. And we'll bring our Deputy Finance Director, Catherine, up, and Ashley Hall, our Operations Communications Manager.
It's weird having somebody else run the presentation for me, but we'll roll with it. So, so thank you. Oh, thank you. Okay, thanks. That puts me way back more in my comfort zone. I appreciate that. Okay. So later on, Ashley's going to be going into the budget request that you all submitted via the form for the process. But before having that discussion, I wanted to go through all of the potential funding sources, since any amendments have to be balanced. So we have to pull them from somewhere. So the easiest, on the slide, they are in the order of flexibility of funding. So the first list is the Board of Commissioners undesignated allocation. These are funds that are set aside already for you all to program towards some sort of purpose. So they're just sitting there waiting for you all to put them toward one of your policy and priority areas. The second is the recommendations around housing and homelessness in the Eastside Recreation Center. I just highlight those because they are not yet programmed as well. They are new dollars looking at priorities. And when we set them aside, we divided them evenly, but there is some room if that's part of the discussions. And then the other bucket is all of the other recommended budget recommendations. There are structural general fund and non-structural general fund dollars. As a reminder, structural just means ongoing. So we're assuming it will continue in perpetuity. Non-structural is one-time dollars. There's a reason why we have one-time dollars set aside for all 4 years, but I'll get to that in a minute. So again, this is the undesignated allocation. Like I said, these are the flexible funds. We have just over or almost 239,000 in 2024. It gets down to about 237,000 in 25 through 27. That's reduced because of a previous structural allocation for a position where we budgeted the 4-year cost, so we could include some of the growth of that position. The housing and homelessness and Eastside again, these are new recommendations. They have not yet been programmed. They're not going to a department. They're not necessarily tied to any specific request, but we are hearing the need in the community for investments in these areas. And then the structural recommendations, so outside of what was structurally recommended for East Side recreation and housing and homelessness, on average, there's $1.3 million reserved in structural recommendations. The first two are really aiming at county compensation for employees. So the top line is making sure we had resources set aside for current ongoing labor negotiations so that we could offer something for 2025 for those ongoing negotiations. Nothing is settled yet, but wanted to make sure we had resources reserved to be able to fund those. And then additional compensation for low wage earners. So we already had $1.5 million set aside in the current budget that was ongoing. This is increasing that reserve to $2 million to address the lower earners within the county labor force. The department request, there was two recommendations. So one, the labor relations attorney starts at 208,000, grows a little bit just with compensation changes. And then adding the prosecuting attorney economic justice unit, that position was included because it maintained ongoing programming in the prosecutor's office. So total 824,024 grows to 1.4 million. 2025 is a little bit higher just because of how our current compensation works with accelerating employment or accelerating compensation toward the max. And then once we're at the max, it stops growing. So that's why you see a higher number in 25 than 26 and 27. So at the last meeting, there's a lot of questions around the labor relations attorney. So we wanted to give you all the data and address what is going on and the reasoning behind this recommendation. So there's an element of a strategic move aimed at enhancing the county's labor related operations. With previous retirements, we lost a lot of in-house knowledge, and getting that from outside attorneys, it turns out, is very expensive. So we have a trend graph here. The blue line is what we have spent since 2019 on outside counsel, specifically focused on labor relations. The green line is the projected costs based on recent trends of how that may grow. And then the orange bars is a little bit of if the position had existed in 2019, what the position would have cost. Moving up to 2024 through 2027, what the proposed position would cost. So the reason this was recommended among or before other positions is it really aims to reduce the potential costs we see coming for the county and preserving resources to be able to invest in the other priority areas that we have. So if we don't do this position, what we see coming in finance is increased costs spent on outside counsel instead of in-house knowledge. Yes, so, and then, oh, sorry. On this, I want to say that gap in 2024 estimates around 80,000 in 2024, growing to $115,000 of potential preserved resources for other priority areas by doing this position. The other area we had questions was around the district court revenue reduction. Again, this is good financial practice. We know for years the district court has not been able to meet those revenue targets. There's a number of reasons, many of which are rooted in having an equitable justice system that is not assessing fees to people who can't afford to pay them. And so what we are doing with this recommendation, even though it's close to $1 million, is bringing that budget into alignment with expected resources so that we're not counting on revenues that we cannot expect to collect. The other reason it was really essential to address that in this budget is in the past, this has been offset by an increase in clerk revenues being above budget. So they've netted each other out. With the housing market changing the way it's changing, we are not anticipating those surpluses in the clerk's office. So we don't want to start 2024 with $1 million hole in our budget. That feels like a bad way to start off. So that's really where the source of this is. That decline, again, is coming at promoting equity and creating that safe and healthy community of having folks not in the justice system or not incarcerated because of an inability to pay fines, et cetera. So I think you all are aware of all of those issues, but that's really the basis of that recommendation. Moving on to the non-structural general fund recommendation. So these came from two different buckets. The first is that cost allocation plan expenditure credit. Again, when we got our cap from Maximus this year, it was $2.5 million, or sorry, $4 million higher than we have ever seen. We don't want to make structural recommendations that we can't pull back with money I can't tell you for sure will be there next year. So we wanted to be very conservative with how these funds were programmed, and we aimed them at recommendations that aren't tied to new positions, aren't tied to staff. So we're not creating a position that then loses funding and then we have to lay somebody off. So again, we are waiting to confirm these resources. We'll know in a year or two if this really is the new norm or a 1-year spike. But again, we try to be very conservative with that. And then the other piece is about another $1.3 million in 2024. And this is because of those the wages recommendations are making for 25 through 27. It opens up non-structural dollars in 2024. So it's similar to things you've seen in the past. Included in those non-structural general fund recommendations, and this goes back to, if we want to pull something away, we need to pick one of these items to not fund in order to be able to move forward. There's increasing our allocation to the Washtenaw Health Plan, continuing prescription for health post ARPA. So ARPA is funding it through 2024, but this would continue that programming after that. MSU submitted a request for an additional educator. It's not a county employee, it's a MSU employee based on the contract to provide those services. Administration operations increases, just dealing with what we've seen happen in administration in recent years. And then a 1-year pilot of just the grant status resiliency officer. The request was for 3 positions, and we're recommending a pilot of 1 while we do that position review that is coming in 2024 to be able to identify other positions. On the other for infrastructure, there's a number of requests that are really aimed at setting us up at the foundation, both facilities and IT, to be able to meet organizational needs, support the departmental operations. They include upgrading the prosecuting attorney case management system, the website upgrade, LRC, AV refresh. Those all have a significant price tag in 2024, smaller operational price tag in 25 through 27. Facilities in general has had operations costs increase from what we've all seen in inflation when you're doing contracted services for a number of things like lawn care, et cetera. Forgetting others, cleaning is the other big one. And then IT server virtualization, that's making sure we can digitize all of our records, making sure we have enough storage that those records are secure and available when needed. And then the last piece at the bottom, the contribution to the risk fund. Again, in 2022, we ended the year with having to make a large general fund contribution to keep the risk fund from going into a deficit. We're trying to intentionally rebuild that fund balance for any future claims or liabilities. Yeah, so. And that's it. So on the funding sources, I'm gonna turn it over to Ashley to take it away with the different requests.
Okay. So I'm going to take you all through the budget requests that were sent in from a few commissioners. You know, this is really meant to generate discussion around these requests. This is really not intended for you all to vote tonight. Basically, the discussion will inform what we bring back to you as amendments as we go forward. The chair and I spoke beforehand. As we go through each request, we can open up discussion for that specific request when it is on the screen. So this is just an overall summary of what you all submitted. Just wanted you all to get a chance to see each one before we kind of dug a little deeper. So we had 8 overall requests, a youth support services stabilization fund, that was from Commissioner Labar, a food stabilization, which was also from Commissioner Labar, housing and homelessness allocations from Commissioner Somerville, Hawk expanded intake and assessment, which was from Chair Hodge, Washtenaw ID coordinator, additional BOC staff, and full funding of the resiliency office, which was from Commissioner Robbie, and youth and senior transportation and consumer protection pilot program, which was from Commissioner Sanders. So let's go to the first one. The first one here is a youth support services stabilization fund. It is a request of $500,000 structural for a new program. This funding would essentially fill the gap between previous levels of coordinated funding for youth services and current funding amounts. And you obviously all can read. I don't need to read it to you. So Chair, would you like to open it up for discussion?
Sorry about that. This was yours, right, Commissioner Libar? Cool. I will hand it over to you.
Thanks. Let me try and be brief. This is essentially my best effort to amend the budget and meet some of the needs that we were presented with back, I believe in March on the presentation on youth services. The thing I would highlight tonight is simply you spell out that bottom bullet point, the RFP process. There's a lot of ways to do this. For time's sake, I would make a direct allocation to organizations in 2024. I would use that year to set up an RFP process for the remaining 3 years, just based on our turnaround time on RFPs and the immediate need. But I'm very open to, changes and so forth. And that was sort of the genesis there of this amendment or suggested amendment.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions or feedback they would like to share? All right, moving on to the next. Oh, Commissioner Maciejewski.
Thank you, Chair. If I could ask maybe for some examples of programs or services that would be delivered by the Student Advocacy Center, Peace Neighborhood Center, and Community Action Network, and what kind of outcomes we are hoping to be achieved.
Yes, Commissioner Libar.
Commissioner Maciejewski, I would reference two things. One was the email that we all received at the end of 2022, and then the presentation itself back in March. I think there's a sort of a wide spectrum of these. They tend to fall into personal development and economic assistance, or issues that are sort of a secondary outcome of their economic status. I think we can tailor that based on what we would like to see, but there's a wide array of things, and when we get to the next amendment, they're also linked with some of the issues around food security as well. So let me ask if maybe the folks I worked with could also summarize, like, what are the most pressing 3 issues or something like that, and how have we done it in the past?
Thank you. All right, moving on to the next one.
Great. So the next request was also from Commissioner Libar, which would be for food stabilization. It was $500,000 structural for 2024 through 2027. Listed as a program modification that would be allocated directly to the Washtenaw County Designated Food Bank, which is Food Gatherers, to support their network of partner programs and direct services.
Would you like to share anything else, Commissioner Libar, on this one?
I'll try and be brief, and I don't mean to be greedy. Mine were just the first 2 listed, Chair.
Oh, yes, you're not greedy, we know.
So long and short, we're all familiar with food gatherers, and we're all familiar with the need for food services around the county in lots of different ways. Food gatherers has a unique designation from the state that I know some of you are familiar with. They are the one in the county. What I think sometimes gets missed, and that is worth repeating, is beyond the services they provide directly, they help also offset costs at places like the Delana Shelter and others like Community Action Network and so forth, where because they provide that support, we're essentially able to get more service dollars out to the recipients for the core service that entity provides. This is not sufficient to meet the need, and we're dealing with issues related to inflation, increased demand, all those global factors. But this is a start towards building up something more structural that would be akin to what we were able to do, again, with a larger pool through coordinated funding.
Thank you so much. Anyone have any questions about that, or should we move on? Move on? All right, next one, Ashley.
Well, the next one is yours,
Yeah.
which is $1 million structural program modification. So increasing the amount we give to housing and homelessness issues.
Yes, thank you. So this is the only amendment that I put in. I did so because I think it's like the minimum we should honestly do yearly, for ongoing funding. We're taking I hope we take an action later tonight that's going to allocate a huge amount of money, on top of what we've already done this year, but we need to keep it consistent over the next several years as we wait for more permanent, affordable housing to come online. So this is my attempt at getting us to increase it and figure out creative ways, on how to do that and make some cuts in other places. I think that it will save us money actually, over time, but if we're voting on 2.19 tonight, and I think if that's not just going to be a Band-Aid and then we're going to be back in the same situation 2 years from now, we really need to continue to stabilize the situation, and 400,000 a year is not enough. So I realize that this is a big number, but it's not that big compared to other things that we spend money on here. So that's all. Commissioner Robbie.
Just wondering, I guess, how you envision the $1 million being allocated within, it's a broad area.
Thank you. Yes, I should have shared that. So I'm thinking, honestly, a combination of what we have before us at our board meeting tonight. I'm really hopeful that using funds to prevent future evictions will help significantly stabilize what we're dealing with. But I also, would like to continue the concept of kind of subsidizing the cost of housing for people while we don't have them in permanent affordable. So the UBI program that's outlined, I do plan to have comments and suggested changes to like some of that structure during our meeting later. But I think using more funding to directly put cash towards housing for individuals is the direction I really want us to go in. And just because, well, the reality is we can't control the cost of rent. So, yeah, that's just kind of what I'm thinking. So a combination of the short term, having funding always available for short term crisis situations like emergency hoteling and other things like that, but then also having the medium term of getting people rapidly rehoused, but also keeping funding there to sustain them and keep them stable. So. And then also we saw some medium-term solutions and long-term solutions from Administrator Dill 2 weeks ago that I would also envision some of this supporting. Commissioner Rabi.
Great. So I guess the next question for me is, how do you envision the $1 million, like a decision being made on ultimately how that money will be allocated? Because I agree that there's needs kind of in all phases. $1 million ultimately isn't that much money. And so just figuring out, I think the rapid rehousing piece is really important. And some of that $1 million could fill some gaps potentially in even what's being proposed tonight moving forward. But I just wanted to see if you had thought through like what the process would be for how we make the decision of how it's allocated.
I guess I would hope that we could do something similar and make it clear through a resolution how we want the funds allocated each year, because 2024 might go one way. We might want to shift the way that we're doing things a little bit for the next year, and the needs for funding for certain things might change too. Like if we really get good at keeping the situation stable, maybe we decide that we want to extend the UBI for people longer than a year because it's really working. So I want to leave it somewhat flexible because we don't really know what to expect in 3 years. So yeah, that's kind of my vision. I would like us like maybe yearly to consider how we want to allocate that, but we're not going to be able to do that unless we have the money. And I know that we'll need to spend this amount yearly at minimum. All right. Anyone else? Okay, moving on.
Wonderful. So the next request was from Commissioner Hodge, which is Hawk expanded intake and assessment. It would be $250,000 of structural money, program modification. So adding dollars into an existing program to expand the current case management program. As you all know, this was a part of the housing presentation 2 weeks ago that Administrator Dill gave. And I will leave it there.
Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the only request that I put in, so this was removed from the recommendations that we're going to see at the meeting later today. It was removed to try to fully fund the recommendations from the continuum of care, but this is still, I think, best practice for us to be able to have the case managers in a position that's permanent as opposed to the ongoing temporary situation that we've had many of them in, which has put them in a position where there's a lot of turnover. So we're losing expertise. It's really hard to be able to maintain a program like that when there's so much turnover. If we were to do this and really take responsibility for Hawk and stabilize the system, we could find ourselves in I think, a much better situation where people are answering the phone. They're immediately putting people on their caseload and we're delivering services faster. So I put this as my only recommendation or request because as we do this vote that we're going to do later today to put the millions into the housing and homelessness system, I think we need to be thinking at a systems level, and this would be a systems level change to be able to strengthen our system here. So hopefully everyone else likes it too.
Yes, I like it. Yeah. Maybe we can, I mean, it could be kind of.
It could be, yeah.
It wasn't, yeah, it wasn't limited to just directly. I feel like that fits my desire for.
I think it does too. I think we could like
Yeah.
take mine, take yours, and
Mesh them
just
together.
bam.
1
Great.
million. Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on.
Great. So we're getting into some of Commissioner Robbie's requests. And I know he's trying to get into board portal right now, but I'm just going to go ahead and start talking about it. So this was actually a request that came from the clerk's office in the original budget request packet you guys received last week. Commissioner Robbie wanted to include this. It's a Washtenaw ID coordinator that would help run the Washtenaw ID program. And you can see as the clerk's office actually listed out an HR schedule. So this is around $125,000 structural to the program.
Would you like to speak about this, Commissioner Rabbie?
That would be great.
Thank you.
So this is actually a request that the clerk's office put into the budget process. So I really think this is important. Part of why it's important is when we started the ID program back in 2013 or 14, we actually had a really good partnership with a nonprofit organization that was helping us provide a lot of the community support. They were doing, it was Synod Community Services, and Kita in particular was the lead person. She was the director there. And they were doing a lot of work, basically being proactive in the community to educate people on what the ID is. They were providing basically translation services for our undocumented population and providing aid to those individuals who oftentimes just have, you know, a shoebox full of different documentation. And so helping them to like sort through that and develop the documentation that that they will need to ultimately get the ID. And with change in leadership at Synod, we no longer have that same partnership. And so the clerk's office really needs this position to make sure that the program is, you know, operating at its full potential. And it is potentially revenue generating. It is revenue generating. It does cost, you know, to get the ID card. I think this is a really crucial program, and it's not that much money to make sure that, you know, we are ensuring that the ID program is functioning at its highest possible level. So that's why I put this forward in the budget, even though the clerk's office put it in the process as well. I have some other comments that I want to make about the other part of the agenda, but I know that there's some conversation about staff positions being considered next year. But I really think that we need to consider some of those staff positions now. I think they are really important.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions or comments for Commissioner Rabbie? Okay, moving on.
Okay, this is a second request from Commissioner Robbie, which would be 2 additional staff for you all, the board, coming in at $200,000, probably approximate structurally, per year. Essentially, the request was to create 2 additional BOC staff that would work with me, to help with administrative tasks such as event scheduling, meeting scheduling, event coordination, resolution drafting, and social media. So just some more staff for you all.
Commissioner Rabi.
Yeah, and so I think this is really crucial and something that I've advocated for quite some time. In fact, the position that Ashley currently holds is something that I fought for in the, I think it was like 2014, but the first 4-year budget that we did, I think was 2014. So fought for that to be in that budget. Let me say this. If we have to invest in governance. We have to invest in governance in order for us to be the most effective body that we can possibly be. And what that means is we have to have, frankly, staff. We are all part-time. We're part-time elected officials. And we don't all have the capacity to do everything that we need to do in a given day without the support of staff. And I can tell you that having been in a position that has the support of staff, the amount that you can get done and the amount that your staff can do combined can really create a team environment where, you know, we can serve our constituents even better than we do now. And so the way that I envisioned this was really to, you know, obviously Ashley's in the position now. I was envisioning her having a team of 2 people that could assist with all the duties that we have as a board, assigning not just, you know, sort of like the day-to-day items that we have that come our way, the complex constituent requests that come our way. Sometimes those requests need to be referred to other offices, to a state rep or a state senator. You know, I was just on the phone with one the other day that Commissioner Labar referred to me that needed to be referred to a state office. But I think having staff to actually be able to help us process that will help us to do our job so much better and increase our capacity as elected officials. And so I really believe that in order to be the best at, you know, in governance, we have to invest in it. And so that's why I think this is an important budget item for us to consider.
Thank you. I'll add a comment because this was not on my list. I do think it's important. One thing that I've like hoped for the last 10 months, but haven't had time to do is really do direct constituent outreach on the ground. Because we have a lot of great programs in the county, but they're only great if people know about them. So I do as best as I can between like my full-time job and this, but it's challenging. So I don't know if this is going to be one that soars to the top, but I do think it's something for us to think about in the future because it is important. All right. Next, Commissioner Light.
Ashley, would this be something that would be needed? Like, I just want to know directly from you, would it help you out? Or is it you just going with the flow?
I was worried I was going to get asked that question. I will say that, you know, you all are the fiduciary of the organization. So if you think that it's what's best for you, then I think it's what's best for the organization.
And then one more comment. Commissioner Robbie, do you think that if we could maybe look at other options as far as like interns or using city or AmeriCorps, do you think that would be something that could assist, or are you looking for something to employ individuals so that it's more permanent where it's not changes? Because I know with interns and city and AmeriCorps, you know, it could be between 10 to 12 months at a time. But would that be something that could be an option?
Go back to Commissioner Robbie, then Labar, then Sanders. Robbie.
Great. So those are all really good questions. So I've actually had interns since I started this year, and I love interns. They do a great job, but they are here for a temporary period of time and don't have the consistency and the same. They're invested, but when they're gone, the projects sort of end. And having, I think, somebody who's permanent would be much better. I don't have anybody in mind. Like I'm not trying to create jobs for people that I have in mind. I just think this is a good thing for the organization to do structurally Really quickly, you know, I don't want to speak for Ashley, but I'll speak for myself in terms of having had to work directly with 3 staffers when I was the floor leader, being cognizant of people's workloads was something that always weighed on me before I referred work to them. And so I don't think I give Ashley the amount of work that I could be giving a staff person, partially because of that and recognizing that there are 9 of us. And I don't want to overburden her with the things that I need done. And so ultimately what ends up happening is, like Commissioner Somerville was saying, like, I just don't have the capacity to do as much in the end. Ashley's been absolutely wonderful and said, please send me everything. And so it's not speaking, this is not speaking to Ashley, it's speaking to my own personal insecurity about referring things to her, knowing that she's one person. And so I think by expanding capacity there, it would give all of us more of an opportunity to invest in our districts and expand our capacity back home.
Thank you. As a staff person, I can relate. Commissioner LeVar.
Yeah, Chair, I was a congressional staffer for 6 years, and I can relate to, and I think it's a useful discussion to have. I don't know how we will fit this into the prioritization of what we talk about tonight and with the budget and so forth. I do think it's more important too in the context of switching to 4-year terms. None of us are guaranteed to be back at this table, but if we are, or whoever comes next, they will have, I think, additional challenges because the expectation will be more in line, given the term length, with the work of a state representative or a state legislator. And I think there's also one other issue to factor in here, which is the first year that we passed, and this was, as Commissioner Robbie referenced, when we first did the 4-year budget back in working on 2013, the first year we actually had a board coordinator in position was Desmond in 2017 and 18. The difficulty at the time was figuring out, as chair, how do you allocate one person between 9 folks who all have legitimate needs and purposes? I don't know the answer to that, and I think we'll have to look into it, but we are not implementers. And so not only are we part-time, but we don't have access to the same information directly, understandably, that staff do. And so I don't know if this will, in my mind, fall as a need, but I certainly think there's great merit to it. And even if we don't fund these positions, I hope we'll at least consider by the end of the 4-year budget, what does that look like structurally? Because whatever precedent we set, is likely to be the case at least for the next 10 years. So thanks, Chair.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Sanders.
So I say often that we are all part-time, and I think people forget that or just aren't aware of that. I was surprised and somewhat envious when Commissioner Robbie had interns, because I came in and asked for interns and was told I couldn't have any. So I was surprised by that. I like Commissioner Light's suggestion because I'm always trying to support the students in the county, specifically, high school / higher ed students, to give them an opportunity to gain some experience. But I do understand that they may not be perceived as consistent. And I never want to turn away help. I'm certain that I ask for my fair share of our liaisons' time. But I'm also concerned that it seems like it's a bypass to the normal process that we would put departments through when they ask for a position or they ask for reclassification. I don't want to say that I wouldn't appreciate or don't appreciate sort of the attention that we receive as commissioners when we ask for something. But I do want to, I'm concerned that this was not a staff up level request. I'm not aware of whether or not this ask went first to our county administrator, since they report directly to him. I do think that we will need support, so I'm taking pieces from all of the commissioners' comments. I do think that 4 years is going to change things. I would fight it out with Commissioner Labar, you know, on our break about whether or not we will be expected to, I'm not scared of him.
I can
About whether or not we would be expected to rise to the level of a full-time state representative. I would argue with that, but 2, I think, seems to be a bit much, but more importantly, I want to make sure that we are being respectful of the process. Because what I don't want is to come back to another meeting and have our audience filled with employees that feel like we just jumped ahead of the line, that we've used this as a go around what the process should be when we're trying to ask for support and be able to justify the support. So that's my comment about this. I'm not turning down any additional support. I think 2 might be too much. And then my last question is, if this is not something that our current liaison asked for, and we're saying in here that these people or these positions would then report to our liaison, does that mean that we have to reclassify her position? Because that's a whole nother thing that I have a question about.
Okay. I'm gonna jump in for the purposes of time and just say, I think this is part of the process, like us submitting these requests. And because Ashley technically works for like, I think this happened before me, but the chair, and then there's like dotted lines. I don't really know, but like, I guess this is kind of the process for that. And I don't think, Ashley, you didn't submit any budget requests, right? Because did you?
No, I did not.
I just
submit
don't think that's even a thing for, is it a thing for you? Maybe we should make it a thing for you. I just didn't think it was a thing that you like did as part of your role under the chair, but perhaps we should look at that. And then the one thing that I'll say, just to add some more feedback, some of the situations that I've been dealing with in my district this year with housing and homelessness, I wouldn't be able to handle properly if I didn't have Terrence and Ashley. And you guys are both really proactive and really good, but like, I also know that when I have like a pop-up surprise crisis at 4 o'clock, you have other stuff on your plate too. So I just share that to say like, stuff happens all the time and there's deadlines all the time. And so just knowing that, I don't think, like personally, looking at everything else we have before us, I doubt that this is going to rise to the top, but I do think it's something for us to like consider for the future, especially when we like think about constituent services. I'm going to go back to, did you have your hand up? Yeah, Commissioner Hodge, and then I'll go to Robbie.
Thank you. Just wanted to add context. Ashley did not ask for this. I think this came from Commissioner Robbie. I just wanted to be clear because I don't want to put staff person in a weird position around that. I'm just saying to be extra clear, and I would just add to last term, we had a conversation about adding a second position that would be focused on constituent services. So this has been a longer term conversation, and Commissioner Sanders said maybe not 2, but maybe 1 more, and maybe that 1 other one could be a position that's focused on constituent services.
Yeah, that's how some counties do it. So Commissioner Robbie.
So just, yeah, a few thoughts, I guess. First of all, I think it would be helpful. I'm glad that we've spent the most time on this item so far. So it's clearly something that people are talking about and thinking about. But I think it would be helpful to see what counties around us are doing. I know Wayne County each commissioner has a significant number of staff. I'm pretty sure Oakland County, their staff, Macomb County, same way. And I think other counties have that too. So I think it'd be good to compare what other counties are doing. The second thing though is, I guess to kind of what Commissioner Sanders was saying, and maybe to Commissioner Labar too, like I'm open to, like this was a proposal that I put forward to get the discussion going. I think we need something. It doesn't have to be 2 positions. If we want to do 1 position, if that's what the board wants, I'm totally fine with that. If we want to start it at the beginning of the 4-year terms instead of starting it next year. To Commissioner Labar's point, maybe makes sense. And I envision the positions reporting to Ashley because she's the senior member here, but if we want them all to be co-equal positions, I'm open to that too. However we want to constitute this, I'm open to the discussion, and I'm not like set on this being exactly the way it was presented. It was intended to be a conversation starter and I do think we need something, but it doesn't have to be exactly as presented. And just one last piece on the process. There's a department, at least there used to be. The department is the BOC. We're a department. And so I don't know I guess we didn't submit anything in the other process. I guess it wasn't really framed to us that was something that we should do. And it was sort of framed as like, this is our opportunity to submit. And so that's, I think, why I submitted it now and not earlier.
All right. So for the sake of time, can we move on to the next item? Thank you.
Absolutely. Just clarified with Catherine, yes, this is your version of that budget request process. So, okay. So next is another request from Commissioner Robbie, which is full funding of the Washtenaw County Resiliency Office. This was also in the budget request from one of the offices that you received last week. Essentially, you have in front of you in the current budget, it includes the funding for 1 FTE for the resiliency officer as grant status for 1 year. And this recommendation would be to fully fund all of the staff requests for that office.
Yes, please.
Thank you. So this one's actually pretty self-explanatory. I think we've heard a lot from constituents about this one. Recently, people are pretty passionate about getting this office fully funded. And so, having the 1 year of one position is simply not enough. And we need to do better. We made a commitment on this climate action plan. And if we don't fully fund these positions, we're not going to be able to live up to that commitment, not even close. And so we really need to fund these positions. And so my proposal is to actually adopt the proposal that was submitted. I would also say, and this gets to some other commentary that I have about the other budget presentation, but I really appreciated the criteria that were used to score all of the budget requests that were submitted. I think that the county staff did a wonderful job with that. I just wish that we had actually followed it in making the recommendations on the budget. This is an item that scored in the first tier, scored very high in the criteria that county staff used, but it was only very partially funded. And so that was a little disappointing to me, and that's why I wanted to submit it as a request in this process as well, since it did score so high and it is so important for our organization.
All right, thank you for that. I'll start the discussion because I've also received a number of emails and calls, and I serve on the Environmental Council. And I'm like super conflicted about it because my main priority is increasing the ongoing funding for housing and homelessness, which, by the way, I think should be part of the resiliency plan, because housing insecurity during a climate crisis, which we're currently in, when we had bad air quality days earlier this year, people who had nowhere to shelter were breathing in that air all day and night. So I have some questions just about resources that might be available that we might not be using. So when I was actually talking about this at work the other day, and someone mentioned, well, isn't there technical assistance for these things for local units of government? So I just wonder, like, how much of that have we taken advantage of already? And are there ways for us to collaborate with the city of Ann Arbor and their team? I don't know if anybody on staff can answer that, or if I probably thought about that. Sorry, that was more, I was looking at Andrew the whole time. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. Just so you all know, I am the author of the proposal that went in, and I've been working with the members of the Environmental Council and you all over the past years to do this. In terms of working with other local governments, we are certainly trying to do that, and there's a lot of different grants that are in the hopper, and we always try and be good partners and support whatever effort we can to have as much forward progress on this as we can. Regarding technical assistance, it tends to be more piecemeal. There's a lot of grant opportunities that are out there right now, primarily through federal funding sources, and we do look at those. But I think to the comments made by Commissioner Robbie, there's There's a capacity just with being able to pursue those things and do all of the upfront work that would bring this, bring money back to the county. It was a similar discussion to what was talked about with the grant manager position, which you all approved earlier this year. So we are trying to do that, but well, I'll just stop my comments there if I've answered your question, Chair.
Oh, you did. I'm just, I'm torn about this because I don't want us to miss out the opportunity on federal dollars, but I also realize that we have all these other needs. So I'm just struggling with, it's a struggle. So Commissioner Scott.
I mean, the budget, thank you, Chair. The budget, you know, it's hard. I think we hear from a lot of people about money that they want to see in the community. I have some idea about where we can find some of these dollars. I think that the budget, as we have presented to us now with the 1-year temporary grant position is nowhere near sufficient in what we need to do. And I'd support full funding of the Washtenaw County Resiliency Office, but at the very least, at least 2 positions. If we don't need to get all 3 of those positions, that's fine. But I think this person's going to need to work hand in hand with some of the work we're doing on housing and homelessness to make sure we have some of these resiliency programs that go up with new developments to ease some of the energy cost burden that people have. I think having somebody in this office ahead of time to be working to do that would be good. We also recently, some of us went to a presentation from the university on what they would like the University Michigan University 2050 to look like. And there's a lot of environmental work done there. We raised the question at that meeting that it seems like there is really good partnership work to do between the city and the county and the university when doing that climate work. But if we don't have somebody on staff to be getting our foot into the door to be doing that work where we could get substantial discounts by doing these things in bulk, it won't happen. And it won't happen that we get those resiliency programs in place for these new developments and some of the places in the county where you've all heard me say over and over again. We have to have the county resiliency program and focus on how we help people who are going to be most impacted by climate change. I agree with you, Commissioner Somerville. The ozone action days in and of itself and having to have people outside were a problem, but now that we have like extreme air quality issues, we have to get people in a place where they're going to be housed. We have to start thinking very clearly about what we're doing in this county. The county, all of you at this table endorsed the plan for a resiliency office, but they're just words unless we do something and get behind it. So if we can't fully staff this for at least for the 3 people, I think getting 2 people. And as I said, maybe when we look at I don't think this is necessarily the time where I talk about where we could make cuts in the budget as it's been recommended to us, but I have some idea where we can find some money. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Moving on.
Next, this is a request from Commissioner Sanders. It would be $75,000 structural, creating a new program that would provide transportation options for youth and seniors across Washtenaw County.
Okay, Commissioner Sanders, would you like to speak to that?
Was funding that I put in for a request because there is a continual conversation about transportation needs, especially on behalf of our youth and our seniors to access programs that are being offered for them. $75,000 a year is a pittance. It's really not enough, but my hope was that we would be able to utilize some already existing sources for transportation and be able to provide the cost of expanding those already existing services. And then if we can't, I would be coming back for more. But specifically, some time ago, Commissioner Beeman asked me if I could attend an event that she was not able to attend in Saline. And they asked me then, which was probably about 1.5 years ago, they asked for transportation support. And I haven't forgotten. But also, you know, this is a theme across the county, especially for youth and for seniors. And so I think that this is an opportunity for us to create possibly some employment for drivers. Hopefully that would, you know, if you're transporting seniors, I'd like to see some seniors be given the opportunity to be driving these vehicles and transporting people from their own community. Obviously not for the youth, but it would be nice to see opportunities given to drivers who are young enough to still be able to relate to the youth that they would be transporting, and also give them an opportunity for, you know, skills. So I look at this as funding being requested to serve our already present residents who have asked for support, continue to ask for support, and would also keep the money basically still in our own county. It would just be a revolving opportunity. I think for our youth and even our seniors, it could assist with mental health in terms of being able to allow them to leave their homes and go out and socialize with other people. So.
Thank you. We need to expand public transit opportunities in our county. Commissioner Sanders or Beaman. Sorry, I was thinking about Commissioner Sanders looking at Beaman.
And she's an ass.
Yeah, I got for, and Commissioner Sanders referenced me. I love this, you know, I love anything around transportation. In terms of the 75,000, are you thinking that it would be like an RFP process for our partners, or like how are you thinking of involving them?
So, Triple TA already has programs in place that we would not have to recreate. And so if they had the capacity and the interest in being able to expand those services, we could utilize this money to pay for the cost of expanding those services. So we're not looking at, you know, where we get vehicles from, who's insuring the vehicles, you know, where are they being stored? And I hesitate to say this out loud, but perhaps, you know, our incoming grant person might be able to locate additional funds that could be added to this, locate additional funds that could help municipalities pay a portion into this without breaking their bank. I just think that this is an absolute win-win. I went low because I was thinking that there are other sources of income out there that we could tap into. I'm not going to pick on Commissioner Machieski because, you know, he might know of an agency that might, you know, transport seniors or be involved in that. So.
That's cool. Yeah, I love it. Maybe this will get some other municipalities to lean into expanding public transit. Would love that. Commissioner Scott.
Commissioner Sanders, I know you said maybe we could get some more drivers and they could be older, but I have a 16-year-old who loves to drive. I don't know if people want to drive with him.
No.
But he'd be all about it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Sanders, for bringing this forward. I definitely would support it, and I appreciate your framework around the fact that there's existing programs already that are being done by existing transit providers that are, you know, like the Ride and, you know, maybe some other regional transit providers. I guess the only thing I want to say is, like, I hope that we do partner with those organizations rather than I don't want anybody to have PTSD, but that makes me a lot more comfortable than bringing in external nonprofit organizations that we don't have as much of a relationship with. So thank you.
That was a little bit of a trigger, but thank you for the warning. All right, moving on.
Okay, and this is the last request we have in the presentation. And it is a consumer protection pilot program. This is also from Commissioner Sanders. It was listed as 250,000 non-structural. The idea would be that after 3 years, it would create enough revenue to support itself. It would be to essentially launch a consumer protection related program that would address county renters, providing pre-leasing, existing rental and post-leasing issues.
Commissioner Sanders, would you like to speak to this?
So let me do a disclaimer. I did not let the prosecutor's office know
That's
that
okay.
I was submitting this, but this is a
We've talked about it.
conversation
Yeah.
that I've had unofficially with them in the past, regarding ways that we could better protect our renters here in the county. And I've had conversations with them, and they were interested. But when we had this opportunity to put in sort of a wish list for funding, it made sense for me to do this because talking to them previously was based on like this, if and maybe of somebody finding a grant or something like that, or really putting the onus on them to help find the money. So this would be an opportunity for us to, for what I know, my own personal experience, as a renter, as a landlord tenant, civil server here in the county, that this would be an opportunity for us to educate our residents, encourage our landlords to better educate their tenants about what their rights are. Just because people know what their rights are doesn't mean that you're going to get less money in your pocket. What I think it means is that you demonstrate that you have a concern for the wellness of our residents and your renters by trying to make sure they are as informed as possible. And so my experience is that the tenants don't know, and they should be made aware. Now that's a double-edged sword. Once they're made aware, they can't say they didn't know, right? But when you are referred to legal aid, people misunderstand that and they go in thinking they're really going to be helped. And often they walk out not feeling as though they've been helped. They've maybe been given a form, but they still have to kind of figure it out. And this money could be also utilized in concert with, we have an agency here in the county where if you think you've been discriminated against as a renter, they send out, I call them secret shoppers. I used to be a secret shopper.
But you're talking about fair housing?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And so I think that there are already existing entities, again, that we could partner with to make sure that our residents are aware, what is the process? If you're late on your rent, what are the next steps? How do you communicate with your landlord? And so at the end of this 4-year period of time, I would expect that we would have secured additional resources, as well as created a structure where the program would essentially pay for itself. I don't want to share too much more because we'll have some antsy folks out there, and I don't want to show my hand before necessary, but it would be able to pay for itself. And I hope that it would improve the quality of the life of our renters and our landlords and the county at large. If people are housed, they may be less likely to have to utilize some of our human services supports. And so this would pay for itself.
Awesome. Thanks for the detail on that. My brain works this way. While you were talking, I was thinking about connecting the dots and some of the other recommendations and positions that we already have, like the economic justice unit. I'm like, well, if we have the economic justice unit, we keep that going, and then we have staff for the commissioners. And we also because consumer protection like there's lots of resources and from the state attorney general's office too, that like people just don't know about. Like I see people like sending screenshots on social media all the time, like wondering if this is a scam, or I know that a lot of like older adults fall for like text messaging scams, phone call, door scams, and a lot of that stuff. Like there's a lot of resources and there's like a whole department in the AG's office. But I think again, we have all these great programs and it's only as good as the people who know about it. So I'm like, I just can like envision people helping us get this information out and utilizing the economic justice office more. But yeah,
That's
as-
it,
yeah.
Chair.
Yep.
The Economic Justice Unit is the unit that I was
Yep.
having the conversation
Yep.
about. But they would need, they're a staff of
support.
one.
Yep.
And so they would need some support, which I'm still gonna say, include higher ed entities
Mhm.
into that process.
Yep.
Lawyers in training, paralegals in training.
Yeah, no, I love this.
Kind of have
Yeah.
the stamp of the prosecutor's office on documentation when you have a landlord that is not doing what they're supposed to
Mhm.
do. And renters feel like they have no recourse.
Yep. Super complicated. Also, I'm happy to be the other renter. I don't know. Yeah, on the board. This is a good, yeah, I think this is a good idea. I will go to Commissioner Scott and then Maciejewski.
Thank you, Chair. I think the idea sounds grand. I wonder, because when I saw Consumer Protection Pilot Program, I thought of like the Consumers Protection Bureau, like I got like a fraudulent charge on my card and I'm gonna call them. I wonder if we could like somehow rename this to be, so people are really aware this is about your housing rights, essentially.
We can, and this was the title that I provided at 2:30 a.m. As my submission will show. But I came up with the consumer part and I'm absolutely open to amending it because renters are consumers.
Mhm.
And often we try and separate the two out.
Yeah.
And they're intertwined. And because they are consumers, they should have some level of protection.
I just want it to be like a thing. Somebody said this already in this meeting, that we have all these services at the county that people don't know about. And I'd like it to be very clear if somebody was searching for help, that this was the place to go, because I think it sounds like a very worthy endeavor. I think even when you were saying like, it's a double-edged sword, people knowing their rights. I also think that I'm not a landlord. I am only landlord of my own house. But I would think if you were a property owner, it would be beneficial for you to think that your tenants knew rights as you knew them, because there'd be a lot, it seems like it would be a less contentious relationship. And so but maybe that's my bias, that I always think more knowledge helps us. But I just want this, if we do a program like this in our budget, I just want it to be immediately findable and people know what it is rather than getting lost. But absolutely, renters are consumers too, but let's make sure they find it somehow. Thanks.
Commissioner Maciejewski.
Thanks, Chair. So I find this idea quite appealing because it falls on the prevention side on the housing issue. But I just wanted to ask a clarifying question, which I think I got from your comments, but this is intended to be resource education, outreach, and not cross over into legal aid. And so I wanted to make sure that there's a distinction there, and I'm understanding what you're proposing correctly. It's about resources, it's about understanding your rights, it's about being educated on that, and not actually legal aid in terms of preparing documents and doing that. So, and if it is, that's what it is. I'm just trying to understand because I didn't pick that up.
I think that we should be open to that. I don't want to say we should be open to whether or not there needs to be an expansion in that already existing service or an improvement to that service. If it's not really meeting the needs of, I'll say the renters in this case. But no, primarily, it was being put forward to pay for a position Because we have enough rental properties in this county that there's no way a one-man staffed office could be able to handle. This is a whole nother kit and caboodle. But yeah, initially not legal aid, but we may find that there's a need for additional support there. But there are so many partners that we could utilize with this funding. Again, where we're not recreating the wheel, but perhaps we're providing them with some funding to do something that they've already had a pilot to do, but didn't have the funding for, or I'm very open to, how we can utilize the funding.
Thank you. Commissioner Rabi.
I was gonna ask a similar question, so I think we're fine. I was just gonna ask about the fact that there's already I thought there was already an existing consumer protection staffer, but I think you kind of answered that this is focused on renters, so thank you. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. So I think that concludes the program. I think we had some very thoughtful dialogue here in the room. So seeing no other, Commissioner Rabi.
We're gonna have an opportunity to discuss the other parts of the budget that Catherine presented on.
Would you like to?
Would.
Okay, Commissioner Rabi.
Is it possible to go back to her presentation? Thank you. If you could go to the labor relations slide. Could you help me understand the projection that you put on there? I guess I'm wondering, since we have had 10-year labor agreements up till this year, I can imagine that there would be a spike in costs this year. But trying to understand the trend as you see it moving forward and why it's so high.
I lean on you also because you helped me put together the projection numbers. Thank you. So in general, we're just looking at the billable rates and the way we are changing and not knowing, as Michelle will often point out, we don't know how many grievances we're going to get. We don't know how many, I forgot the word, arbitrations. Thank you. I was like, I can get there. So we don't know.
You guys practice this beforehand?
Yeah, I did. I wrote a bunch of notes, but they're paragraph form and that's unhelpful and I need to find the word really quickly. So it is an estimate. We don't know how much that will grow. We do know that already we are spending more than the position will cost in 2027. But it's an estimate. Brady can go to the methodology of cost increases.
Yes, thank you. So the methodology for the cost increase is taking the trend of the increase in costs over the last 5 years. And I'm confident in that trend because we're moving from a 10-year contract to 4-year, give or take, contracts. So we're going to need to be negotiating on a much more regular basis. And we're also seeing, as Catherine and Michelle have alluded to, more arbitrations and other labor related costs. So I'm comfortable with having this trend out there that we will see an increase and frankly, if you do look at from 2021 through today, it follows that trend and it sets it. So it's not a ridiculous trend. There's no manipulation of that trend line, which occasionally we would have to do if there was an outlying year, but there is no outlying year here. You see that increase and that trend does continue.
How does this trend compare to sort of like beyond, like before 2019? Like how long have we been hiring outside counsel for labor issues? Has that been since the dawn of time, or how long has that been going on?
There's multiple factors involved, but yes.
Commissioner, yes, as long as I've been here, we've been hiring outside labor counsel, and I do believe well before my time, we have partnered with external firms to provide that support.
Is this support largely not for negotiating, but more for the day-to-day?
The support is largely tricky issues that we run into, some contract interpretation issues that we might run into. A lot of the money is spent on arbitrations. Those are difficult to predict how many arbitrations we will have. And I've noticed since I've been here that our labor partners have been increasingly active, which is not a bad thing, but it just requires more attention, more support, and potentially more arbitrations.
I guess it seems to me like we've been staffing up substantially on the management side of things. Obviously, when I was on the board before, there was one Curtis, and now there's two attorneys. You have you and then now we have an HR director as well, which we sort of had before, and then the positions were merged. And then, so I feel like we have a lot of HR management capacity at this point. And I guess I'm struggling to find the rationale for why. I don't understand why the trend line has gone up so much. What is happening now that wasn't happening before? In terms of, is it really that they're more active? I feel like our unions have always been pretty active. I'm just trying to figure that out and understand. Why that trend line.
There's one other piece. So when you see the jump from 2020 to 2021, that coincides with the retirement of the former labor relations director that left with years and years of institutional knowledge that is hard to rebuild. We didn't have another in-house person, as I move the podium, in-house person that had that information, which then results in the outside counsel. So the need for the outside counsel. So what we're looking to do again is if we bring that expertise in-house, then we have that knowledge in-house as well. We're not relying on outside firms to do that. So the institutional knowledge is the other piece that has created that jump that is hard to replace without somebody to have that.
So Diane leaving costs us $250,000 a year?
Both Diane and Judy Kramer.
Judy?
One thing that I just thought of that might be relevant, because this is new for me, because I'm new here still. We had 10-year contracts and we're going back to 4.
Well, we don't know what we're going back to, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, we don't at this point, and we're in process and certainly don't want to get into negotiations in this space. But we're coming off a 10-year labor agreements. I stepped up to affirm what you heard from Michelle Billett earlier. We have been leveraging outside counsel since as long as I've been a part of this organization, and that dates back to the early 2000s. So I don't have data back to that number. Certainly, if you require it, we'll make sure that you get it. But I want you to know this has been the framework that's been in place for a very long time.
Mr. Sanders?
If I read this graph,
we are containing potential costs, so it would be more expensive to continue using outside counsel versus an in-house staff.
because we have greater control over our costs if they are, as opposed to the law, they can increase their hourly rate and never feel like it. Knowing that we need their assistance.
Yes.
So we're kind of at the mercy. This is not in-house.
I have a question though about this. So say this recommendation is something that we as a board adopt. What is the likelihood that we still have to get outside counsel when that happens? I'm just curious about that because that is a possibility.
That's a question for Corp Counsel.
The expectation would be that outside labor counsel would be very rarely used. This person would be handling all of our arbitrations in-house, would be assisting in processing the grievances, would be participating in the negotiation process. And oftentimes you see labor attorneys that have employment law experience. And so there's almost a a bang for your buck there. We would have a labor relations expert and an employment law expert. So we would be saving or containing costs and getting more for our money by having an in-house staff person to do the services.
Thanks. Commissioner Scott,
I have a number of questions.
we have 8 minutes.
Are we really gonna be limited to 8 minutes?
She's the chair, ask her. I mean, that,
I guess this is, Ashley, you can help me, like, when do we have opportunity? We have more opportunities to talk about this after this meeting, right?
Budget's on the agenda for
Yeah.
first reading, so we
Yeah.
can't.
We don't want to do that? We don't have time to talk about it during a regular board meeting, or? I mean, I'm fine
Let
extending
me
it,
ask
but
some
it
of
just,
my questions that if
yeah.
I have 7 minutes. What are the labor firms that we are using right now for outside counsel?
Sure. For sheriff's office labor matters, the sheriff has a preference of using Miller Johnson. And for all other labor matters, the county is using Miller Canfield.
So far to date this year, commissioners, we've spent $177,563 on legal counsel that's outside. You'd have to give me a few minutes to do some totaling to see what we came up with from Miller Johnson and Miller Canfield. And it's gonna be less than that since the total is 177. I'm firmly opposed to this. This is where we could find some money for an environmental office. We just negotiated contracts. And when we negotiated a new contract for corporation counsel, we were told at this table and in discussions that that was because of the increased work corporation counsel had to do with labor relations. And now we're getting asked for a whole new attorney. I have a big problem and I'm trying to figure out a nice way to say it and I can't, so I'm just gonna say it this way. I feel I've had a bait and switch. This proposal makes me angry. Last week or last session when I wasn't here, but I watched the meeting, I watched a great presentation on how internal proposals were ranked for funding through the county, and this was ranked 52 out of 56. But this is moving forward in the agenda and the environmental council is not. This is infuriating. We have 2 attorneys, we have a HR department, we have a director of HR, and to say we're gonna take $200 and some thousand going up every year to hire specifically a labor relations attorney also seems very anti-union. Not something I'm prepared to vote for at this board table. Moreover, if you're getting all my annoyances out right now, I am also frustrated on the budget and on the agenda coming up that we continue to hire people in management positions above midpoint higher, far above midpoint higher. But yet people working on the front lines are being paid less than what is the county average. There is a problem that there are 9 Democratic people sitting at this table saying they're working for working people, and that's what we're doing. This, to me, I'm going to tell you, I'm voting no on this part of the budget. I want to see the environmental work funded. This is where we get the money. Thank you.
Thank you for that feedback. I do want us to end on time. I know that we have this item on the agenda later, which is the time for us to have more discussion and make motions and amendments and do all the like logistical things that we need to do. I also have concerns about this and a number of other items and how that fits into all of our priorities. So I don't think we're all alone and we would love to have this extended, but this is on the agenda later. Commissioner Rabi.
I just want to express my sincere disappointment at how little this board has been engaged in the budget process. This is our job. This is our job for 4 years. And every time we have one of these meetings, I'm told I can't ask all my questions. And then we have our executive session and staff have to go home and I don't have, like, we need an opportunity for the board to engage in this. And like, we have not been given adequate time and the year's almost over. This is not working for me. The way that we're doing working sessions and we used to go on as long as we needed to get the questions we needed answered. And the fact that we only have an hour and a half is not acceptable. And we used to have Ways and Means Committee where we could actually every 2 weeks talk about the budget. We don't have that anymore. And so I'm going to be voting no on the budget at our board meeting because we have not had adequate time to actually flesh it out and have the conversation at this table. And it's frankly insulting that we haven't had an opportunity to go deeper into the budget. And actually, I have questions on the court budget too, but we have 3 minutes, so.
Well, okay, just to clarify, we have plenty of time at our board meeting that has unlimited time, actually. This is the only meeting that has
That's what I
limited
was
time.
told last time, and then it was 12:30 PM and all the staff had to go home. Is that what's gonna happen this time too?
I
Appreciate you.
Speaking
Thank
for
you.
myself, I am always committed to staying here until we get done with all of our agenda items. And so I guess, like, especially during budget season, I'm just trying to control this meeting because I know how much limited time I have. And I do just want to push back a little bit and say, like, this whole meeting has been about the budget. So I don't want, like, I don't like that just floating around like we're just trying to like not have these conversations. We are. I'm just trying to end the meeting on time. We can have plenty of more conversation during our board meeting. I have lots to say about the budget at the board meeting. I'll probably take up a half hour on my own. Are there any other items to discuss? Commissioner Sanders.
I feel like we should be more transparent. We had opportunities to ask our questions. We had office hours that were available. You could.
Okay.
Katie, I don't know why you're crying about this. So, okay, I was talking.
All
I had the
right.
floor.
I'm going to just order.
Had the floor.
No arguing.
So we had opportunities to attend a meeting with Tina and with Catherine to ask our questions. We could have submitted them by email. We could have called them. We could have sent them a message. Those conversations and those questions could have then been requested to make public. So it's not, it's kind of disingenuous to say that we didn't have an opportunity to flush out any questions that we had prior to this meeting. And it's not fair, especially to the staff. They have basically come up with a new process, I think a great process to better inform us, to be more detailed based on our requests or complaints or whatever you want to call them. They've done a great job at that. But to make it seem like this was just spun on us, it was not spun on us. We had an opportunity to attend information sessions, to ask our questions. If we didn't do that, I don't know that we care about the staff, but we want them to stay until 1 a.m. in the morning when they've been here from 8 a.m. That's seeming like it's not making sense to me. And if COVID hasn't done anything else for us, it has made us aware that you don't always have to be a butt in the seat, that you can communicate virtually, you can get your answers, and you could have made that information public. But to draw this out just for the sake of drawing it out, I don't think it's fair. It's not fair to the staff. It's not fair to the commissioners.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to end the meeting with a few comments and just say that all of us care about the same things and all of us are very busy. Not everybody has the opportunity to make a 3 p.m. appointment. And some of us want to do more of this out in the public setting. I understand all of that. I also just want to press the issue again that during our regular board meeting, we have an unlimited amount of time. I'm doing my best as chair. I would love us to have more meetings. The process was changed before I got here. I would like us to walk into our next meeting not angry. So I hope that we can have like a real conversation when this item comes up on our regular agenda because it's important. And if we need to have a special working session between now and the next meeting, I'm willing to do that. I would love to do that. But I really I don't want us to interrupt each other and go back and forth about philosophical disagreements because we're here to do work. Administrator Dill.
Thank you. Just in closing, two things. So I want to remind this body that the board belongs to, the budget belongs to you all, and it doesn't go anywhere until you guys move it forward. So we will take as much time as you all require to get to a point where you're ready to consider it for passing. Second, I want to make it very clear that no staff and administration have requested that we end the meeting so that we can go home. We will be here until you all adjourn the meeting. So I just want to make sure that you all understand and recognize that.
Yeah, thank you, Administrator Dill. And now I will entertain a motion to adjourn. All right.
Everybody, we're going to call the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners meeting November 1st. Meeting to order, 7:14. Happy November, everybody. Let's get started with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Bryce, roll call.
Commissioner Beenan,
Present.
Commissioner Hodge.
Present.
Commissioner Labar.
Here.
Commissioner Light,
Present.
Commissioner Machieski. Here. Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Present.
Commissioner Scott,
Here.
Commissioner Somerville.
Present.
Thanks, Chair.
Team's all here. All right, so now it's everybody's favorite part of the meeting, public participation. So before I go into the rules and get us started with it, I want to draw attention to the fact that we received about 60 written public comments. You can access those in board portal. I know that everyone is able to access board. Yes, right on board portal. It's very easy to access, very user friendly, and we had a demonstration last meeting. So enjoy yourself and read all of those in addition to hearing from everybody in the room. So here at the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners meeting, you get 3 minutes for public comment. If you're in the room, you will join us at the podium. You'll state your name and the city or township that you live in, and you'll begin speaking. You'll have the 3 minutes, and you have a color-coded light system right there to help you along with that. Starts off green, goes down to yellow when you got 1 minute left, and goes to red. When it gets red, I got to stop you. I don't want to do that, so let's just try to finish our comments within the 3 minute period. If you're joining us via Zoom, you'll hit the raise hand icon. I will call on you and ask you to state your name and the city and town or township that you live in. Same rules apply. You get your 3 minutes, but you have a timer that will appear on the screen that'll count you down. If you're on Zoom and you're joining us by phone, you'll hit the *9 button to raise your hand. I will call on you. You will hit *6 to unmute yourself, and then you will get your 3 minutes. We are not able to respond to you immediately. That's the next item on our agenda after you've spoken. So don't speak and then expect for us to have a conversation with you, because unfortunately, that's just not how it works. But let's go ahead and get started with public comment in the room. Anybody like to give public comment? Come on down. Don't be shy.
Hi, I'm Colin Spry. I live in downtown Ann Arbor. I spoke last week, but I'll recap a little. I speak from the heart. So I became homeless when my wife passed away in a car accident in 2019. I've always lived on the streets of Ann Arbor. But one thing I wanted to talk about today was in 2021, a friend of mine told me about riding the freight trains around the country. And so I did that. I rode from here down. I went over to Denver, San Diego, Texas, Louisiana, Jacksonville, Florida, and then I ended up in Columbus. Columbus was my favorite place, minus all the rivalry against Ohio State. They actually were some of the nicest people I've ever met in the country. But the point that I wanted to make was that there is nobody out there that does any of the things that Ann Arbor does year round. So whether it be the feeding, whether it be especially the warming shelters. So what happened in Columbus, I was in Columbus, and these were the nicest people I've ever met other than Ann Arbor, but they had no warming shelter. So it was cold. I was freezing to death. I was literally it was October, late October, and I was going to die because I was so cold. I was walking through a parking lot. I saw a car that had the keys in it. I took it because I was freezing to death. I had no option. An officer immediately arrested me. Their solution to that was they said, okay, you were freezing to death. We're going to give you 9 months in prison. So I got out in June. So that was the way that they solved the fact that there was no place to keep me warm all winter, was they just threw me in prison. And prison is a terrible place. I'm not going to lie. But so they've talked to me about how the allocation of the funds yearly and how that should be structured. Really, my question is to everyone is, if you have something that is one of a kind that this entire country does not have, why is everybody asking for it to be one of a kind every year? Why should something that is one of a kind not just be one of a kind forever? So that's my belief on that, and that's my words. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to give public comment?
Hi, my name is Noah Dollar. I'm in Northfield Township. I just wanted to voice my support for the resolution to fund the housing and homelessness system. I also want to support the request for the increase to $1 million in structural funding in the budget. I also want to support the Countywide Housing Commission work group, which I think is a part of that resolution. I also wanted to thank all of you, especially Commissioner Somerville, for taking this seriously, for putting money on the table. That is additional money towards an issue that is critical for a lot of people in this area. I think it's a great start. I think there's a long ways to go. I agree with Commissioner Robbie that we should be investing in county government as a source of jobs and services and resources. I just want to bring up one more time, a good start would be the property on 10 South Prospect. The county, if it's going to start becoming this hub for all of these resources, I think it should start on a foundation of community spaces, because they're hubs for services, they're gathering spaces, and they make a good flex space for winter sheltering. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Luna. I rent in Ann Arbor. So I just want to start with gratitude that there is a resolution on the table allocating $2.1 million that has the potential to save lives and improve quality of life for our neighbors, both housed and unhoused. I hope that all of the commissioners will pass this resolution tonight so that these essential funds can make it into the hands of people who need it immediately. I have 3 comments about the resolution. First, for the direct cash assistance portion of the resolution, in my conversations with people who know much more about this than me, I've learned that this has been most successful to address homelessness, specifically when cash is given in a lump sum or a large sum followed by monthly payments. For example, one lump sum of $12,000 or a lump sum of at least $5,000 followed by monthly payments of $600. People who are currently on the waiting list for housing must prove that they are unhoused, sleeping in a tent or in a shelter. And if they can't prove that, then they get bumped off the waiting list. So with just $400, they can't get permanent housing, but may be able to get some temporary solution that bumps them off that waiting list. So I'm concerned about the ramifications of that. Along those lines, an additional $500,000 to go toward rapid rehousing through IHN, SOS, and Avalon would guarantee people are off the wait list, off the street, and into housing with support. I appreciate Annie's modification that structural funds for the year would increase to $1 million. I hope these dollars go toward efforts that address root causes and create affordable housing units. Before closing, I also want to highlight something else on the agenda altogether. So tonight you're considering waiving the living wage ordinance for CMH vendors. I understand that Medicaid reimbursements are not in your control, but I strongly urge you to consider the impact of low wages as directly tied to people becoming unhoused. Further, the impact on our neighbors who rely on the caregivers who receive those wages. People with disabilities are often subject to caregiver abuse and neglect, and these risks increase when caring, compassionate people are driven out of caregiving workforce because their labor isn't valued. Income disparities and economic inequity are directly connected to housing insecurity. And at the last meeting, you had county employees saying they were overworked and underpaid. So when we value administrators at 3 or 4 times the value of the people doing direct care, we end up with a system that's unable to sustain itself and results in homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm grateful for the way everyone has been struggling with how to spend money over the next 4 years. These are tough decisions, and I don't envy those who sit in the seats ahead of me. I do want to speak briefly about the Hawk. I see that there's 250 allocated potentially to hire full-time employees. I support that and want to speak briefly to the wish that the new Hawk employees will support a policy called mobile assessment. So for a homeless person to get services, they have to be evaluated over the phone. And Hawk can, and in the past has been, a bottleneck for people getting services. And it's easy to want to sit and camp on that role and not let others do it. I'd like to see the new Hawk team do that role primarily and also allow SOS, PATH, and Delonis to complete those assessments as well. Want to speak briefly about 250,000, which is allocated to the Shelter Association to do the rotating and daytime warming center. Presumably that's being accomplished instead of the Ypsilanti fixed location congregate shelter for adults. It's my understanding that that's a one-time allocation. The good work that's going on, the daytime warming and the rotating is being done incompletely, and that needs to be done completely year by year. Please consider making that one structural. There is, as I understand it, at this moment, no significant funds going to rapid rehousing. There is 1 million going towards cash assistance. Please consider either adding funds to that for rapid rehousing or reallocating a portion of that for rapid rehousing. Finally, the Family Emergency Motel Stays program was funded through Mission, my organization, to the tune of just less than 500,000, and then under the county to just under less than 500 for a total of about $1 million. This year, only 150,000 is being allocated to the Family Emergency Motel Stays. I can tell you that's about a ninth of what you guys put through it last year. I am hoping that these other catchments are effective, but I can tell you that right now it will not be sufficient, and we've had to use the media, unfortunately, to place pressure on this issue last year. I don't relish doing that, but will promptly jump to that lever if I need to in the future. Thank you.
You.
Caleb with 805 West Huron, which is Mercy House. Thank you.
Hello, thank y'all for being here. And thank y'all too for speaking. My name is Brandon Williams of Ann Arbor, aka Magnus the Entertainer. I in the community would like to express our appreciation and thankfulness. Thank you. Following our thanks happens to be a preventative request from I and the community. We request that the appreciated contribution be a structural, repetitive effort every year. And by funding our shelter programs and projects structurally and yearly, we will not only reduce the amount of people that are on the street, but also we will prevent individuals from going back on the street and keep them sheltered long enough for housing assistance and other assistance that may be needed. So ultimately, we keep in our community warm, safe, housed, and alive. Thank you.
Jim Mogensen, Ann Arbor. So this is the public participation. It'll also be a budget hearing, is that?
We have that after. So you can talk again at that point.
So it's been a while, but I've been around a while. And I just wanted to bring up a couple things before the budget hearing. So some things seem to be coming around again, sort of like an Arlo Guthrie song. I saw in the presentation about housing, about the land bank. You may wonder, so why doesn't Washtenaw County have a land bank? And the reason is because when we were initially talking about that 20 years ago, we realized that unlike Flint and Detroit, which have land contracts and everything, and some of the properties were going into tax foreclosure, not mortgage foreclosure, but tax foreclosure, which is how you populate land banks. We had two things. Most people had mortgages, and we had a very effective tax foreclosure prevention program. And there was no way to populate the land bank. So we decided not to create the land bank. There has also been a community land trust. People may not realize this, but 20 years ago, we created a Washtenaw Community Land Trust relating to housing. It no longer exists, but it has already happened. And I can share with you at the appropriate time things offline on some of the things that to be considered if we are to try to do that again, and some of the pitfalls and challenges relating to that and what needs to be in place for it to be successful. Finally, I worked on the living wage campaign. And here we are again. Every once in a while, you got to keep on watching. It happens every once in a while. And I remember when we put in the clauses, even here at the at the county, the idea was not to have exemptions all the time. It would not surprise me to learn that this is a Dawn Farm, maybe a Dawn Farm thing. This has come up with the courts relating to Dawn Farm and the community mental health folks. There was I'll call it a difference of political opinion about living wages. And so that has happened over time. So I'll be back at the budget hearing to talk about more specifics about some of the things I think about some of the structural issues relating to the budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Travis Bogan. I didn't write anything down, but I've been a part of this community for quite a few years. And I just want to say that the Washtenaw County police are really nice, and like just this community in general, it needs more recognition. We need more help out here. You know, like my buddy Colin that spoke earlier. We all need help. And I'm personally not really homeless anymore, but I used to be. And, you know, I don't even want to be up here doing this right now. It's kind of fucking embarrassing. Excuse my French. But we need help. And that's all I gotta say about it. You know what I mean? Thank you.
Thank you. Travis, could you give us a city or township?
I'm sorry.
Could you give us your city or township?
City or township?
Yeah, where you live.
Planet Earth.
Bryce, does that suffice? That'll suffice. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners, for providing this venue for public comment. I am learning so much from being here and from listening to eloquent speakers here. I can't match eloquence or passion of the people who've gone before, but I did want to share my voice anyway. My name is Catherine Dialaga. I'm a third-generation resident of Southeastern Michigan in Washtenaw County for the past 25 years, first as a renter in Ann Arbor, and then more recently as a homeowner in Ypsilanti. I'm a proud member of the News Guild, Communication Workers of America, the Episcopal Church of the Incarnation, and a mother and a grandmother. All my life experiences reinforce my conviction that we have a duty of care to each other. I'm here in person to support both additional county funding for housing, whether that's emergency, short-term, or long-term, and the creation of a new Office of Sustainability and Resiliency to be staffed and funded along the lines endorsed by the county's own environmental council. A budget is a moral statement, a declaration of our values, and accordingly, I hold that this quadrennial budget must incorporate funds for programs under these headings to reflect who we can and must be as a county. I don't insist on funding staff positions to discourage community engagement. I'm a volunteer myself, happy to contribute my time and talent. But volunteer engagement doesn't suffice in these critical areas, both of which are truly essential to our health and stability as a community. Accountability matters. Volunteers can't fully carry the load of coordination, implementation, and follow-through. County involvement in these programs via staff can help reduce some of the real disparities that exist among the municipalities in our county. We have a crucial immediate need in front of us, the need to ensure that unhoused people have safe, dignified, and secure housing options. We also have a crucial, only slightly less immediate need to address the climate emergency. It is already negatively affecting us, especially those of us who can least absorb the additional burdens of high energy costs and high toxic exposures. These issues are not unrelated. Reducing the financial pressures produced by high utility bills can help keep precariously housed people in their own homes. Securing federal funding through the bill and IRA can add well-paying green union jobs to our economy. The county is uniquely positioned to support all of our communities. Our resilient Washtenaw plan offers an excellent roadmap with many action steps to take immediately. Short-term fixes matter for the people who are in dire need right now. Long-term fixes are required too, so that we can minimize the need for emergency intervention. We can and we must support the programs and the staff necessary to implement both. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Come on down, whoever's next.
Hello, I'm Welby Seeley from Ann Arbor. Just coming here to bring up my concerns with regards to our usage of resources or lack thereof in taking care of our people. It's important to me that we start adding or using more of our resources to take care of our unhoused, and wanted to express my support for the resolution for the APRA Financial Equity Center. Moreover, I know that in our last session that many of our brothers and sisters in the AFSCME union came here to support or to express their frustration in terms of their pay and how they're overworked. And it's really important to me that we take their concerns seriously and make sure that we're taking care of our people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rich Fine. I live in Ann Arbor. I'm a volunteer leader of the Building Electrification and Efficiency Action Team for the Ann Arbor chapter of the Citizens Climate Lobby. Resilient Washtenaw, the county's climate action plan, is a well thought out, ambitious plan that aims to make the county a climate leader in the state by striving for county operations to become carbon neutral by 2030 and the rest of the county by 2035. Many of the programs in this plan will not only help us fulfill a shared responsibility to combat climate change, they will lead to the creation of well-paying jobs in businesses that are involved in clean energy, energy efficiency, building electrification, and electrified transportation. The goals are ambitious. Just a very short list of projects that were scheduled to already be underway include, and again, this is just a partial list, identification of target areas for weatherization and building electrification, development of outreach programs that would include information on how to take advantage of federal incentives so that homeowners could save money, establishment of a local database of service providers to support local businesses, and identification of methane capture opportunities to hold off the release of greenhouse gases that are far more powerful than CO2. The Washtenaw County Environmental Council recommended that Resilient Washtenaw be staffed with 3 professionals with funding for 4 years. We've learned that the county currently plans to fund 1 staff position for 1 year. With due respect, one has to wonder if the board is now considering this to be a token position. Wall Street Journal and greenbusiness.com report that there is a shortage in sustainability professionals. more positions than there are qualified professionals to fill them. If is it even reasonable to expect to find a qualified person to staff what could be considered a department of one with a budget commitment of only 1 year? County actions are critical for mitigation, what causes climate change. Please fund properly to properly staff the county action plan so that we may see implementation of that plan that was unanimously passed by this board.
Thank you.
Hi, we have a busy night ahead. I'm going to talk about an issue that's not on the agenda yet, but I hope it will be in the nearby future. My name's Sarah Swider. I live in Ann Arbor Township, and I'm here to make you aware that MDOT, Michigan Department of Transportation, is planning to put up an 6 to 8 foot fence on both sides of the rail going through not only Ann Arbor, but all the way from Dearborn to Kalamazoo. In their proposal, it's 157 miles of fence. Where in the township, it cuts off the community from the river, but we've also heard in Ypsilanti, it literally cuts poor people off from the nearest grocery store and shopping area. So there's so I'm asking that you take this up at some point in the future. And Ann Arbor passed a resolution already, the city, against this rail proposal. And I'm part of an effort to come up with alternatives. There's been 6,000, almost 7,000 people who signed a petition. We're 30+ person committees now working on coming up with safe solutions to cross the track as we move towards high-speed rail. And I look forward to hearing more about this from you guys in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Rutledge, and I'm the Executive Director of Ozone House Youth and Family Services located in Ypsilanti. I'd first like to take this opportunity to thank the Board of Commissioners and the County Administrator for their commitment to working with the community and providers towards solving the housing and homelessness crisis that our community is facing, and for the prioritization of funding for the winter sheltering efforts on tonight's agenda. My purpose here today is to highlight the specialty population of homeless youth and young adults. Ozone House serves as the only homeless and runaway youth service provider within Washtenaw County, and we provide a wide array of services across the continuum of care for runaway, homeless, and at-risk youth. We had previously relied on COFU dollars to support 6 key service areas along this continuum of care for youth and families in crisis. These dollars supported our minor youth emergency shelter, our drop-in center, permanent supportive housing, rapid rehousing for homeless youth, transitional living program, and prevention services for youth and families. Recognizing the importance of these critical services, we were so grateful for the support of the Board of Commissioners to receive a 2-year transition grant last November. This funding has allowed us to sustain our existing programs and stabilize after the challenges we faced from the pandemic and the disbanding of COFU dollars. In addition to the services we're already working to sustain and enhance, we're also aware of additional service gaps in our community that we hope to be able to support and address in the near future. Some examples of this could be an emergency shelter for transitional age youth, ages 18 to 24 in Ypsilanti, and exploring options for a maternity group home for young mothers and pregnant women. As a leader of an organization representing a specialty and often overlooked population in the housing and homelessness sector, I'm concerned that the outside agency allocations from the proposed quadrennial budget does not include any designation for continued support and funding for the youth and young adult homeless services in Washtenaw County. For over 50 years, Ozone House has served as the sole provider in Washtenaw County for young people and their families, providing shelter and supportive services. It's my hope that as the housing and homeless system strategy proposal for Washtenaw County continues to come to fruition, that specialty populations within the homeless system, such as youth and young adults, do not continue to be overlooked, and that there continues to be reliable county-backed funding to support these critical services. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you say your city or township? You stated where Ozone House is, but where you live?
I do not live in Washtenaw County, but Ozone is located on Huron, North Huron River Drive.
Will that suffice, Bryce? That'll suffice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Come on down. Not all at once, though.
Hi, I'm Monica Prince, and I live in Ypsi Township, and I work at the Ypsilanti Senior Center, which is in the city. On July 6th, 2022, the Board of Commissioners passed a resolution to prepare for a millage for senior services. In that resolution, which I have copies here if anybody wants them, in that resolution, it says, now therefore be it resolved that the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners instructs the county administrator to develop a recommendation for a 0.5 mil ballot initiative to provide structural funding for older adult services to be brought to the board for consideration of placement before the county voters in 2023. To my knowledge, there has nothing been done about this after the resolution was passed. At one point, we were the Say Yes to Seniors Coalition was told that it would be presented in the county administrator's white paper. And I read it 2 weeks ago, and there was nothing about senior services. There's 15% of the county are older adults. And where is the equity in the county? If this part of the 15% is totally ignored. Also, I mean, I see that in the budget for the next 4 years, there's not one thing except for the transportation, which was proposed tonight, that even mentions seniors. And there's a projection in 2030, which is not long from now, there's going to be 19% people over 65 in the county and 18% younger than 18. So our county is growing old, and we need to do something about this. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Andrew Comey, a resident of Ann Arbor, and I'm on the advisory board for the Washtenaw Environmental Council. And I wanted to point out, my brother Will has already pointed out he doesn't know we're brothers yet, but we're going to meet after. You know, as a 26-year union rep for the United Auto Workers, I was really happy to hear the discussion earlier about options to find funding to fully fund that resiliency committee. When you're planning for arbitrations by buying a lawyer, you're going to have arbitrations, but those things can get settled if there's a cooperative environment, good labor relations management. Anytime you hear that a labor attorney is being hired full-time, it means somewhere down the line, the worker's going to catch it in the neck. So I'd just like to read a couple things. There's also funding available, numerous opportunities and grants that we've already missed, more coming up. There's a lot of money in the pipeline to fund these kinds of projects and to fund specifically these staff positions. And that's outlined a little bit in the letter that we've written. But again, appreciate the work that the county board has done on this issue, creating this plan and listening to our recommendations from the advisory committee. And I hope you'll fully fund those positions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Hello, my name's Tess Rouster. I'm from Ipsy. And I'm the coordinator for a network of grassroots service providers addressing homelessness in the county. First and foremost, I want to thank you all for doubling the amount you're proposing to invest in life-saving emergency interventions for this winter. Truly, thank you for that. It's really heartening to see that you are responding to our community's frustration and anguish during this time of crisis. So I hope you'll approve that resolution for funding tonight so that people can get that help. I would like to invite you to consider a few modifications to the proposed spending. Related to the 1 million for direct cash assistance, I would first like to say that I'm excited that the county is embracing this solution. But so in the 46 interviews I did with unhoused people last winter, a number of people told me that direct cash assistance could help them pay for security deposits or first month's rent, and that would be probably the fastest way for them out of that situation. As a result of that, I'm concerned about it only being 400 to 600 monthly. My friend and fellow organizer recently had to go through months of homelessness, even though he had a place lined up, just because he could not pay that security deposit. So I would like to see at least half of that sum, so like $400 to $600 over 12 months. I would like to see at least half of it being given up front with additional monthly payments, if not the full sum. And then that would give people a path to stable housing and not just temporary solutions that could potentially knock them off the wait list, like Luna pointed out earlier. Additionally, I think 500,000 should be allocated for rapid rehousing. Currently, none of the solutions offer a direct path to stable housing, and housing is the best solution for homelessness, as we know. So a way to get people in that as fast as we can. I also support the recommendation to increase the budget for housing and homelessness to 1 million annually. But I hope we'll continue to look for ways that we can add to those revenue streams, because 1 million is still not, it doesn't match the scale of problems we're seeing. It's enough to provide for the emergency services, but not go beyond that really. And last but not least, I would like to voice my solidarity with the CMH employees who came out last meeting to tell us they're struggling, and whose wages are being lowered below county living wage at the same meeting that the new OCD director's $170,000 salary is up for approval. Despite the limitations imposed by Medicaid reimbursement, I urge you to do anything in your power to ensure that these caregivers receive just compensation in the interest of promoting equity in this county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, hi, you can hear me. I'm really nervous and shaking because I don't like to talk in front of people. I want to say thanks to Yusuf Rabi for being at the public power thing, because I was there and I didn't plan on being there. I just wandered in by accident, but that was really cool. I'm here because Pastor Anna told me today to be here to talk about this. I was denied housing for a very stupid reason. I've been on the streets for 20 months, and I live outside. A lot of things have happened to me during that time, that a lot of people go through, with, violence and theft, and, I've been raped twice during that time. I've been mugged, things happen to me and most of the people that I know. So I waited a long time for housing assistance. During that time, I also got on hormones and I quit drinking. I have my 1-year coin from Alcoholics Anonymous here. Quit shoplifting, You know, I've been, for at least the last year, I've been pretty well behaved. And when I do get my housing, I want to go back to school. I was selected for an apartment not too long ago. And we'd already been there. I had visited the place, tested it. The lights work, cool. The water works, awesome. And then at a briefing with the Ann Arbor Housing Commission at 727 Miller Avenue, they crossed out my signature because of the shape of it, because it wasn't shaped like my dead name. I'm trans. And they told me that the signature had to be shaped like that. And I said, you made that up. So they took my house. My food assistance was denied in the summertime for the exact same reason at the DHS office. It's a completely separate incident. Both of these incidents I've reported, and I'm trying to take legal action. You know, I'm chronically underweight. In January, I was 143, and June, I was down to 133, and I've made it back up to 144. You're really, you know, you're supposed to be able to gain weight when you're on estrogen. So, you know, they told me that my signature had to look like the name on my social security card. I said, nobody's signature has to look like anything. That sounds completely made up. And this is the Ann Arbor Housing Commission and HUD, Housing and Urban Development, that have been saying this. They're the ones who...
So I'm sorry, your time is up. I want you to finish that thought, and then I'm going to ask Brady to follow up with you, and then I need you to still share your name for the record.
Right. So Dr. Ravi Vadlamudi at the Delonis Center signed my disability verification. It says Ann Arbor Housing Commission and HUD on here. His signature doesn't look like any language I've ever seen. And he and I talked about this. They've been accepting his signature for years for disability verifications. It's 3 strokes. The first stroke represents 4 letters. The second stroke represents 1 letter. And the third stroke represents 8 letters.
The point is made. Please state your name for the record, and Brady will follow up with you.
Esther Murphy. I live in Ann Arbor.
All right, thank you. Brady's right behind you.
Good evening. I'm Cindy Bo Davis. I am a resident of Bridgewater Township and the president of We Rock, Washtenaw Regional Organizing Coalition. So I want to thank you all, first of all, for a lot of the amendments I saw to the budget in the working session. And I know you're going to be talking some more about the budget during this meeting. I heard a lot of compassion, I heard a lot of concern, and I really appreciate that. I've spent a lot of time ever since the big blow up in Ypsilanti in front of Growing Hope around people sleeping rough and then the people causing trouble who were preying upon them. And so, you know, for some folks who were put out by that whole situation, and I totally understand their concerns, the solution was to close Growing Hope. Well, we all know that's not the solution. And as I talk to more and more folks who are unhoused or housing insecure, renters who are running into issues, we all know what some of the solutions are. A permanent shelter in Ypsi, which is, you know, not something that's going to happen overnight, but there have to be services that can be provided in between. And some of those have been worked on by the Shelter Association and folks in this group. Support services for the unhoused. It seems that what I keep hearing from folks is that all of those support services are in Ann Arbor and not in Ypsilanti. And that I was shocked to hear that homeless folks in Ypsilanti can't really get services unless they can get themselves to Ann Arbor. And sometimes they just don't want to or can't. Support services for the housing insecure so that they don't become homeless. Spent a lot of time last week talking to folks who are renters and the arbitrariness of landlords and the restrictions they put on folks, the limits they put, the eviction notices and the court fees and all these kinds of things that get very complicated. So, and then we have a shortage of mental health workers, partly because they are not paid well enough, and are overworked. So one of the last things I want to say is that, we have a renewal on the mental health millage coming up in the next year or two. And what I hear from everybody, including a lot of We Rock members, is using more of the millage dollars for mental health care, mental health workers, and less for sheriff, police departments, and public safety.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, anybody else in the room for public comment? Everybody gets one. Sorry. But we're gonna have a public hearing after, so you have another opportunity then. So there's another opportunity coming up to speak again.
City of Ypsilanti. Hey, Commission. My name is Brian Geringer. I am an investigative reporter for What's Left Ypsi and the current chair of the Ypsilanti Board of Ethics, a body whose purpose is to keep elected officials accountable. It is in that spirit that I come here today to blow the whistle on the inexcusable behavior of our elected county prosecutor. Ellie Savitt has essentially defrauded the people of Washtenaw County. In March of this year, my good friend Jackson was pulled over in a pretext stop at 2 a.m. because his car had a brake light out. Before the pullover, one of the officers excitedly shouts, brake light, because we have the footage, as a justifiable reason to pull Jackson over. The cops found a gun that Jackson was not supposed to have due to charges from 5 years previous. After Jackson took a step to run away, he was tackled. In a later conversation caught on camera, the officer would say that he tried to suplex Jackson, that's a wrestling move, and another officer would say that he should have. These men, the cops, were on the hunt. For this, Savitt's office is charging Jackson with 5 felonies, carrying a maximum sentence of 19 years in prison. Savitt has promised not to bring charges arising from said pretextual stops. That was supposed to be the policy that would help Savitt reduce racial disparities in the justice system. But so much for that. And so much for another one of Savitt's campaign promises, leniency for nonviolent offenders. How is 19 years lenient, I ask? I will not let my friend be hunted by people we are paying who make jokes about doing violence to our community members, only to then have him be crucified by the prosecutor who is supposed to be on his side. Savitt's office has offered a plea deal to Jackson, which shatters the fantasy of another campaign promise. The plea deal was for Jackson to serve only 12 to 24 months probation, yet plead guilty to 3 felonies. This would make Jackson a felon for life. He would forever have to struggle to find and keep employment, housing, credit, loans, and even relationships. The deal perfectly demonstrates what is called coercive plea bargaining. Jackson has so many charges stacked against him that it seems foolish not to take the plea, but the plea puts him in an impossible situation for life. Ellie promised not to engage in this sort of behavior, yet here's a textbook case before your eyes. He is holding 19 years of prison time over this man's head, yet he agrees in the plea deal to not have him serve any time. Clearly, he does not see Jackson as a threat to society, yet 19 years. That is the behavior I've come to blow the whistle on. Tomorrow evening, What's Left Ypsi will be holding a rally and press conference to update the public on Jackson's case. I invite all of you to join us. It's going to be at 5:30 p.m. in the University of Michigan Law Quad. Please visit what'sleftipsy.com for more thorough coverage of the case, and What's Left's page on Instagram and Facebook for continued updates. Thank you so much. Shelter now, free Palestine.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment?
Hello, y'all. So I'm Jackson, and I would like to just put a face to some of the issues that many of my comrades brought up before. So my good comrade Brian brought up the main points, but I would also like to mention that like a previous citizen before me, I was also homeless for many years here in Ipsy. And the truth and the reality is that brings a lot of struggles that seem to be difficult for people in suits to fully grasp. And when these issues find themselves in the courtroom, particularly, you find yourself, especially as a poor Black citizen, effectively being threatened with being lynched in a kangaroo court. I don't know how else to put that. I'm just be very honest. But aside from that, I wanted to lend my voice to support many of my comrades here in our struggle to tackle the housing issue. It seems that as the more comments that I hear personally, my read on it is that the housing crisis is the everything crisis. And that it's an extremely complex issue. It's going to take intelligent and energetic folks to tackle the issue. My hope would be that the way we're pressuring y'all could take this pressure and hopefully maybe pressure the legislatures in Lansing and maybe in DC. I know the DC Democrats right now are gearing up to try to are trying to garner a lot of our votes. We would love for y'all to earn them. We would love for them to earn them as well. So I just wanted to bring some national flavor here because these issues are nationally relevant, I feel like. And we would like to see some action on those. So once again, I didn't have a carefully prepared speech. I should have, but sorry about that, y'all. But yeah, I just wanted to lend I just wanted to lend my voice, I'm sorry, to support my previous comrades, particularly the ongoing recurring, I believe it was $250,000, yes, sir, to support our daytime warming center, I believe. Sorry, I'm all over the place here, y'all. Sorry about that, forgive me. But yeah, I just want to leave on a positive note. Thank y'all for allowing this forum. And please listen to these poor, vulnerable communities, y'all. We're not making this up. We're not exaggerating. Y'all are in a position of power to make differences. And especially come 2024, we will be expecting to see some differences. Thank you very much.
Jackson, we need your last name and city or township.
Shihab Jackson, Ypsilanti, Michigan.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Public comment.
Hello, my name is Amber Fellows from the city of Ypsilanti. I wish I were surprised, but I found it embarrassing to watch this body's capitulation to the sheriff, Jerry Clayton, a few weeks ago, and specifically to Justin Hodges' platforming of the sheriff's claims that the county sheriff being too broke to fund a community corrections program when they control millions in unallocated funds that by some truly right-wing logic cannot go back to the general fund. You should know that MOUs are generally time limited, and if you have a forever MOU with the county sheriff, then you must realize that you have forfeited your ability to have tangible accountability measures of the goings-on of county policing that affect people here. It's incredibly irresponsible and foolish. By the way, MOUs aren't legally binding, so whatever staff told you about precedent, they are lying to you and the public as a matter of convenience. You need to terminate that MOU. From my vantage point, you gave the police chief $500,000 on top of his total authority over $6 million in taxpayer dollars, and you did this without oversight. I didn't hear any of you ask the very least in justification for this funding. I didn't hear any of you ask for the county sheriff for supporting evidence that this program does any good for the community. In my work, I oversee a grant-funded program, and when I ask for any amount of funds, I have to provide measurable output and outcomes to regulators for the justification to continue funding. This is basic. What the hell's wrong with you? The program in question, the Tether program, Community Corrections almost exclusively uses this for people being bonded out. This is supposed to be a better option to jailing, but it costs the people who are judicial ordered a tether $12 a day in fees, which means that when someone slips on the carceral banana peel in Washtenaw County, they have to rent their own tether, totaling to $360 a month. Does that sound like a program suffering in money, by the way? Does that seem helpful to the community to tether people bonded out for nonviolent charges? Because that is what is happening. It is an abject failure of your duties to weigh in on issues you do not fully understand, which is clear to me. It is to the detriment of the people swept to the margins here that you don't have to pay attention to. At the very least, if you are granting extra money to the county sheriff for the tether program, then you have to demand the judiciary and the county sheriff not to attach fees. Why would these people pay for their own tether if you're giving them $500,000? It's illogical. For all these reasons, you should not renew the county public safety and mental health millage. I know that's going to be controversial, but it is and was a bait and switch, and it would need to be seriously overhauled to help essential mental health services.
Your time's up. You can
instead
finish
of
that
lining the carceral pockets.
All right, thank you.
In conclusion, do better, and you should forward a resolution to Dingle, Stabenow, and Peters about the genocide in Palestine right now, ordering them to sign on to the
Thank you.
ceasefire.
Your time is
Stop
up.
the genocide.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else for public comment? Anybody else in the room, public comment? No. Yes? You coming down? Come on down.
So my name is Cynthia Price. I live in Ann Arbor. I'm just going to speak solely about tonight's resolution. I am first want to thank Commissioner Somerville and also Commissioner Robbie for their work on keeping this at the forefront of everyone's minds. And I know that many of the other commissioners are in the same situation, as well as the administrator. I thank you for the $250,000 to expand programs, but I just want to make the same point I've been making, that expanding those programs is not, you could double them and it's still not going to make a real dent. We need an additional shelter with a minimum of 50 beds, but and possibly temporary, but not limited to, it should start earlier and end later, because the nights get very cold. But I do nonetheless thank you, and also would like to add that I believe that the structural year-to-year amount should be increased. And I think $1 million sounds like a nice round number. But I want to echo something that Administrator Dill said. Ending homelessness is not, it's not just lip service. It's perfectly achievable, and I have faith that the commission will continue its work to do that until that goal is achieved.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment? Seeing none. All right, Ashley, do we have anybody online for public comment?
Yes, we do, Chair. First, we have Chris Olson.
Chris Olson, please state your name and city or township.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Chris Olson. I live in Ann Arbor Township. I'm a township board member there. And I'm also a member of the Environmental Council. I'm sorry, I lost my notes. Give me 1 second here. Here we go. Sorry about that. I'm a member of the Washtenaw County Environmental Council, Washtenaw Climate Reality, and Citizens Climate Lobby. And I'm here to urge the county to fully fund Resilient Washtenaw with 3 full-time staff as recommended by staff and the Environmental Council. The commission voted last year to create the Resilient Washtenaw Plan, which committed to numerous goals for 2024, including the creation of a regional resilience authority to bring together the 28 units of local governments, nonprofits, and universities and other stakeholders to combine our climate efforts. And as a trustee of Ann Arbor Township, we've just finished up our own climate action plan, and we've been very eager to hear how the county will be able to help us with resources like model ordinances, group solar buys, and opportunities to partner on grants. This was brought up during the working session about an hour or so ago, and I agree with Commissioner Scott that the Resilience Office must and will work hand in hand with many of the activities needed to address the homeless and housing affordability crisis, including providing resilience hubs where folks can go to escape. Hopefully, not too many more of those smoky days. Support for low-income folks or for energy conservation and electrification of their homes and enhanced public transit. Washtenaw County families and communities are due to climate, extreme weather, flooding, excess heat, and you know all of the things that have been going on. The City of Ann Arbor's Sustainability Office has a permanent staff of 17, plus another 10 AmeriCorps members coming on. The county's plan is actually broader than Ann Arbor's because it's got to cover the entire county as well as county operations and dozens of communities that cannot afford to hire their own staff. And over the 10 years of the IRA Act, this is the act that's providing all the money for our just transition to clean energy. There's $47 billion available for local governments. An IRA tracker that I've been looking at lists 40 grant opportunities available to local governments. County leadership and investment is essential to climate justice and equity. Without the county's investment and leadership, smaller communities like Ypsilanti, Manchester, my own township, and especially all the rural townships just don't have the capacity to track and apply for grants. I know with the incredible need this and other counties face for people suffering on a day-to-day level makes it difficult to do something that seems like taking money away from one crisis to put it into a not necessarily right now kind of crisis. But if not now, then when? If we don't make important investments now to create resilience, give folks money and aid to help electrify their homes, when are we going to do it? Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thanks.
Timer to appear on the screen for our friends online.
All right.
There we go. They don't have the benefit. Oh, they can see the color coded thing, but well, don't start it now. Don't cheat the next person out of 2 seconds.
Next, we have Jan Wright.
Jan Wright, please state your name and city or township.
Hi, my name is Jan Wright. I'm sorry, I'm going to be a little hoarse here because I'm sick, or otherwise I would be there in person. I've lived in Pittsfield Township for over 17 years, and I also chair a climate-related caucus for Interfaith Council for Peace and Justice. So I'm speaking for both myself and for that caucus. I suspect you are all aware that the climate issue, unlike many of the issues we face, cannot really be put off till later. If we reach certain tipping points, there will be no going back. Interfaith Council held a listening session when Resilient Washtenaw plan was being developed and gave input on the drafts of the plan. So I've been kind of watching this all along. I think the county's plan is ambitious and excellent, but I really believe it will accomplish very little without the recommended 3 staff people for the entire 4-year budget period for a lot of the reasons that several people have already mentioned. This is also, and people have mentioned this as well, but I need to restate it. It's an absolutely crucial time to be well staffed. The federal and other funds that are currently available will not be when the next budget period comes around. A lot of what the plan does, of what the plan will do, will directly benefit us here in Washtenaw County, but some of it will help not just us, but everyone. As a person of faith, I believe in doing our part to help not only ourselves, but those in the next county over, or the next state, or the next country. I am concerned about the county's housing situation as well, and I'm very supportive of the resolution that's on the agenda tonight. No one should be without a safe and comfortable place to live. And there are ways where addressing the 2 needs can overlap. I believe it's crucial, however, for the commissioners to deal not only with the highly visible and very important housing emergency, but also with the less visible and equally important climate emergency. Last but not least, thanks to all of you for the difficult work you do on behalf of all of us and the hard decisions you have to make.
Thank you. Anybody else, Ashley? Yes.
Next, we have Virginia Rogers.
Please state your name and city or township.
Hi there. My name is Ginny Rogers. I'm a Ann Arbor resident. I live in Commissioner Robbie's district, and I'm also a volunteer with the Ann Arbor chapter of Citizens Climate Lobby. I'm calling tonight about climate action. I know that you're all aware of the shocking temperature records that have been broken recently, and wildfire smoke that choked our state this summer. It's obvious to everyone that climate change is here and is having alarming impacts. Washtenaw County deserves great praise for its leadership in passing an extremely bold climate action plan. And I'm asking you to please keep that plan and climate action at the forefront of all your decisions. We must continue to treat climate change as the emergency that this board declared it to be in 2019. Please push to fully fund our terrific climate action plan and devote whatever staff and other resources are needed to implement it. I don't think that one staff person for 1 year is nearly enough to really make significant progress on implementing our climate plan. I recognize that you have to balance many important issues in your decisions, but I would also ask you to remember that the longer we put off climate action, the more expensive it will be to address in the future. So please, keep funding the staff that are needed for implementing our climate plan. Thank you so much for your service and for considering my comments. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next, we have Anna Wysocki.
Please state your name and city or township.
My name is Anna Wysocki. I no longer live in Washtenaw County, but I am a council member for Journey of Faith Christian Church, which is along Stadium Road in District 8. So today I'm speaking on behalf of Journey of Faith, which is home to the New Beginnings Homeless Ministry and will be a host of the Daytime Warming Center this winter. First, I think I want to confidently second all of Luna's comments from earlier. And I want to especially thank anyone who is experiencing homelessness for being here. Everyone's comments have been something I fully support. So on behalf of Journey of Faith, I want to voice support for the resolution to allocate money from the Financial Equity Center to support winter sheltering. I want to thank you for this progress. Journey of Faith is part of a coalition of grassroots organizations and nonprofits working with homelessness in Washtenaw County. Something that is very hard for organizations like ours is knowing that we are only applying a Band-Aid to a problem that requires a continuum of care or that requires bigger resources and more justice than we can provide. Because of this, I think it's great that the board is discussing how to distribute this funding and address homelessness this winter and into the future. I want to ask you to consider how to factor in communication. A lot of people don't present as homeless if they're a lot of people don't present as homeless or as if they're experiencing homelessness to some degree or even talk about it. I have experience with housing insecurity and very briefly homelessness. When I was experiencing this several years ago in Washtenaw County, I didn't always think of myself as someone who could or should qualify for assistance. So I think there's an important role for communication so that residents understand their options and that there is a continuum of homelessness and that options are available to them. Something equal to $1,000 a few years ago would have supported my efforts and helped me tremendously, would have helped me get back into school sooner, would have kept me from sleeping in my car, and so on. I also want to say we have a lot of expertise in our community. So I recommend that in allocating funding, you keep checking in with people like Aubrey from Avalon Housing or members of our grassroots homelessness coalition. We're working on our name. I'd be happy to contact you towards members of that coalition. You can reach me by emailing Journey of Faith. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Shannon Siegert.
All right. First and last name and city or township.
My name is Shannon Siegert. Hopefully you can hear me. I'm at home. I'm a county employee. I do not live in the county, and I am the chapter chair of 2733's Unit B. I listened to Ways and Means tonight, and I took some notes. Commissioner Hodge spoke on the turnover at Hawk. I also work at Delanis on weekends and nights. So the housing crisis there is real. We need Hawk to be funded. The turnover there is the same turnover we have throughout the entire county in positions. Every week, I'm losing people. We have good people with institutional knowledge who are leaving. We spoke about the HR director. We have a new one now. We spoke about labor relations. We have a new labor relations director that had years of experience with labor as our union president. Risk management is now under Michelle's hat. We filled those top positions. I have a problem with us spending outside money on labor attorneys for issues like arbitrations. If our contract isn't violated, we wouldn't be going to arbitration, plain and simple. Then another thing said in working session was $1 million's not that much money to put forth towards things. I see all these structural things on the budget. The employees can't get more than a 2% structural raise because it can't be sustained. It can't be sustained. Where did all this structural money come from? How come we can't find pots to keep the employees? CMH is drowning. Where's the structural money for that? We're going to hire a director for OCED, which we desperately need, not just above midpoint, but above the maximum. And the new positions for BOC support, are we going to use the MAG factoring tool that is proprietary, that even HR, nobody in county, we bought it, nobody knows how it works or how it's actually factored on the backside? Are we factoring those new positions for their pay with that tool? I certainly hope so, because they're factoring our jobs with it. I'm imploring the board, you've got to find more money and allocate it to the employees. The mass exodus is continuing and we are drowning. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
Next, we have Reverend Jeffrey Harold.
All right. Name and city or township.
I believe he's on mute.
We believe you are on mute. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you. Just saw the sign. Am I good now?
Good.
Thank you. My name is Jeff Harold. I'm a resident of Ann Arbor and Commissioner Scott's district, the pastor of New Beginnings Community Church of Washtenaw County, and a member of the Washtenaw Regional Organizing Coalition. I'm speaking in support of the resolution to allocate the $2.1 million of the ARPA Financial Equity Center allocation to fund the housing and homelessness system to support winter sheltering. Homelessness continues to be a problem in our community. High interest rates on home mortgages and rising home prices are preventing many in our community from purchasing homes, which in turn puts a strain on our rental units, thus raising rents on apartments. As such, in many cases, what was once affordable is no longer so. And the domino effect that is on those at the lower end of the economic scale get pushed out of the market. Add to this those who have difficulty maintaining jobs due to persistent mental and physical health issues, veterans with war-related trauma, those whose sole income is SSI, and people who have fallen on hard times. We find many situations where the conditions for maintaining stable housing have been eroded. As such, we as a community are called on to do what we can when we can to help the visible and invisible homeless have access to shelter and permanent housing, especially in the cold of late fall and winter, and to do what we can to help them find the permanent housing. Implementation of the recommendations for funding for direct cash assistance, eviction prevention, winter shelter infrastructure, short-term hotel stays, and housing barrier reduction support will go a long way in addressing homelessness in our community. I therefore urge you to approve this resolution to address the immediate needs of unhoused citizens. In addition, I urge you to increase the budgetary support allocated for housing affordability and the unhoused community, to immediately allocate the resources needed to help us understand the need for and cost of a permanent shelter in Ypsilanti, and that you increase the funding needed to support additional rotating shelters in Ypsilanti. As stated before, the present needs of the unhoused demand that we do all we can when we can. Thank you for hearing me out. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we have Stephanie Kraus.
Please state your name and city or township.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Kraus. I live in Ypsilanti. And I was there at the last meeting to speak on my personal situation and to represent the housing insecure in our community and the need to do what we can, where we can, as Pastor Harold just said, to keep people from becoming homeless where possible, and providing additional options for those who are experiencing homelessness now. I just wanted to say thank you for listening to all of our collective voices and taking seriously the concerns that were raised at that meeting. I think it's clearly reflected in the budget that you've put forth. And I think that it's important that we acknowledge that you're doing what you can, where you can. I would like to note that it is or has been snowing over the last 24 hours in various parts of the county, and none of our winter programs are yet open and available. So we have folks in the community right now that are unhoused and sleeping in this weather. Whenever possible, folks can donate to the organizations in your community that provide support to those. That would be organizations like Washtenaw Camp Outreach, Mission, the Peace House in Ypsilanti, and Mercy House in Ann Arbor. I would like to comment that the $1 million that's suggested for adding to the structural budget is greatly appreciated, and I hope that you will pass that resolution, because we are barely surviving with what we've got right now, even with the additional funding that you've approved. And we need to begin to make that kind of strategic commitment on a regular basis in order to begin to hope that we can tackle this problem more proactively in the future. I also want to say the CMH staff desperately need more funding. We can only do what we can do to support our homeless, but we can do very little without the support of our mental health professionals. Experiencing homelessness is incredibly traumatic, and relying on CMH is hugely important for our community. So please do what you can to support those individuals. And again, thank you for what you're doing and for listening to the voices of the people who desperately need your help.
Thank you. Perfectly timed.
Next, we have Amanda Carlisle.
All right, please state your name and city or township.
Good evening. My name is Amanda Carlisle, and I am in Ann Arbor. I'm the director of the Washtenaw Housing Alliance, and I am grateful that the housing and homelessness resolution being considered tonight supports the Winter Shelter Task Force's funding recommendations. Thank you. I want to offer 2 suggestions to enhance the current resolution being considered. 1, work with partners to implement the cash assistance in an equitable way and study the results of this work to understand if households do not return to homelessness. And 2, allocate additional funding or use some of the $1 million for cash assistance to expand rapid rehousing, a permanent housing solution already operating within the homeless system of care with great success. Rapid rehousing support for single adults and families could help reduce the amount of time households stay in temporary emergency shelter, thus helping with system movement. More housing options means shorter stays in shelter, which means more people who can be served when they are in crisis. With the suggested changes to the cash assistance amount, I encourage you to support the resolution. I also encourage the county to work with the homeless service system of care service providers and people with lived experience of homelessness and housing insecurity in the implementation phase for this new funding. I am confident these investments will help support our overall efforts this winter to keep people safe and secure and help them get permanent housing as quickly as possible. Lastly, please continue to support and invest in permanent housing solutions. This is the only way we can truly end homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. Who do we have next?
And next we have Samuel Hayes.
All right. First and last name and city or township.
Hello, good evening. My name is Samuel Hayes. I live in Ypsilanti. I work over at the Washtenaw County Trial Court, and I'm part of the 2733 Union, along with my companion Shannon Seeger, who spoke earlier today. I wanted to take a moment of your guys' time tonight to speak up in solidarity with her in regards to hiring additional labor counsel. One of the reasonings put behind the cost projections were an increase in arbitrations and grievances. And I think that we would have to take a moment and think about why those arbitrations and grievances are even happening. And I would hope that the commissioners would assume that we're making all these grievances in good faith, and that if we were a little more happier, maybe we wouldn't have so many grievances. So it's possible that some of that money could not only be spent on other county programs to improve the life of its citizens, but maybe it could be spent on the employees that provide those services as well. Again, thank you everyone again for your time tonight, and have a great one, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, and you too. Who's next?
That's all for online, Chair.
All right. Anybody else in the room that didn't speak that might be interested in speaking? Come on down. If not, up. Am I moving there? No. Okay. All right. Well, we will turn now to commissioner follow-up to public participation. I'll also point out that there is another opportunity to speak very shortly. Well, can't say how shortly because you never know how long we might go on here. But there are two special orders of business if you look at the agenda. So one is a public hearing to receive comment on our budget, which you would have another 3-minute opportunity if you so choose to speak. And then you will have an opportunity if you're very interested in the brownfield plan that we're going to be looking at, you'll have another opportunity there to speak. So stick around. We'll try to keep it engaging here. See, you didn't want to talk yet. No, you don't. Go ahead, Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it.
I mean, he had motioned to me really early on. I'm trying to make it really clear the order I'm going in, but he motioned at me for something else. So you're first.
Great.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry, you're gonna have to wait.
That's
He was
fine.
first.
That's
He
fine.
got in there like way
That's
early.
fine. That's fine.
All right. You can be second though. Okay.
Thank you. Just a quick note. I appreciate everybody coming, appreciate the advocacy. There was a point made about the living wage ordinance and CMH workers. And the comment, I think, unintentionally conflated the two. The CMH workers are not covered by what we are passing tonight, or I suspect we will pass. Those are the contracted employees at outside entities that do not pay a living wage per their economic situation. And the reason that's at all important is because CMH is roughly $85 to $90 million. About 90% of that is passed through via Medicaid. We don't have complete flexibility with Medicaid dollars, including some level of being able to supplement those wages because they are Medicaid dollars. And so I think that gets missed sometimes in the discussion. If we don't provide those exemptions, in some cases, those outside entities may end up paying more. In many cases, and likely in this case, they would simply stop contracting with Washtenaw County to provide those services. So the immediate hit is to the service recipient, who again is the one accessing the services. I know that's a word salad. I know it's complex, but it is important. One other quick thing. Sir, you referenced the actual enactment of the living wage ordinance back in 2001. One of the people that worked on that, John Martin, is the immediate past chair of the CMH board. That was done at a time when CMH was not a county entity. It was a separate organization. It is now, depending on the levels of staffing, either the largest or second largest after the sheriff's office entity within the county in terms of employee count. Again, much of that Medicaid, but the back end obligations are ours. So it's a giant entity within the county. It did not exist in that structure at the same time. It's a per capitated Medicaid rate system. And so that is why we're getting ready to approve those exemptions. CMH employees are covered either under their contract or through their various unions. And that is a different pool in terms of what we're talking about. I just wanted to lay that out. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate that. So yeah, another great night for public comment. I think this is, again, very awesome to see so many people coming out and participating in our meetings for a wide variety of reasons. We had, several different issues come up here. And so there's a few things I want to talk about. So first and foremost, on the housing, thank you to everybody who advocated. I think a large part of what you're seeing on the agenda tonight is the result of your advocacy and you coming to the meeting last week and to coming to meetings prior to that and expressing, what you are seeing, what you are seeing in terms of lived experience or in terms of advocacy for others. And so I want to thank you for that. All of the issues that you brought up did not fall on deaf ears. I heard loud and clear on the need for having dollars for lump sum and the issue of rapid rehousing. I heard those two issues loud and clear. And then the issue on, collaboration with our partner organizations. So I have drafted an amendment. I know that my colleagues, I will distribute it when the time comes for that part of the agenda. But I did put an amendment together as quickly as I could to address some of those issues. It may not be perfect. We can workshop it, but I do think we need to address those two issues as particularly that lump sum piece, I think is really important to make sure that, what's $400 is useful, but if somebody can't make a security deposit, then, they can't get in the door anyway. So we need to make sure that those dollars are being used in the most effective way possible. And what our partners are telling us and what you're telling us is that the best way to do that is through, an increased lump sum. So I think that's a great suggestion. And that's the beauty of this process where you all come to these meetings and speak up and make sure that we hear what you're saying. So hopefully we will get to that later in the agenda. Glad that the living wage ordinance came up. So I just want to, spoiler alert for the vote later. I will be a no, consistent with my past no votes. The living wage should apply to everybody. I don't care if you're a county employee or you're a contractor with the county or you work for a nonprofit, you should be paid a living wage. And as was said during public comment, we're dealing with housing and homelessness issues. If we don't pay people a living wage, how do we expect people to live in our county? Also, these are people that are working with some of our most vulnerable citizens. I do not agree with our CMH advisors on this. I do not agree with our nonprofit providers on this. And we need to find a way to do better as a county and pay a living wage to every county employee and every contractor that works with the county, whether they're at a nonprofit or a for-profit entity. So I will be a no on that, as I have been in the past. Glad somebody came to speak about the fence. I know that Commissioner Scott and I and others have been talking a lot about that. We don't want to build the fence, at least I don't. I believe that the resolution is being drafted on that. So I want to thank the constituent that came out on that topic as well. Really quickly, to close my remarks on the budget, I want to thank everybody that came out to speak on budget items. You already know where I stand on the sheriff's issue. You already know where I stand on that community corrections piece, but I want to reemphasize something that was brought up by several speakers tonight, was that labor attorney piece, which we did talk about during working session. As Commissioner Scott said, that ranked almost last of all the almost 60 items that we got as a board. And somehow that still is being presented to us as an item for consideration in this budget. I don't think that this is helpful to the organization. It is anti-worker, and that money that we're allocating to this should be used for funding a number of other things in our organization, including but not limited to the climate, the 3 climate positions that we need to fund in order to be able to carry out the climate action plan that this county put together. So, you know, I put that forward obviously during our working session for discussion. We need to get those positions funded, and one way we can do that is by not funding this labor attorney position. I don't think it's helpful to the county. I don't think it will save us money, and it ranked last or almost last in our ranking. And I think we should follow the ranking system that our staff put together, which did include those climate positions being in tier 1. And so let's fund what our own ranking system said was important and fund those 3 positions in our resiliency office. Again, thank you to everybody for showing up today. This was a very powerful set of public participation. And I know it takes courage to come up and speak to this group. I want to thank every single person that came up and said something. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks. I took a lot of notes. I already had a lot of similar ideas on ways to maybe improve the resolution that I think is a great resolution, but maybe allow some more flexibility to help in different situations that might not already be identified. Appreciate all the people who have been coming to our meetings for the last few months around this. I definitely support putting money towards rapid rehousing. I also really want to uplift the amendment that Commissioner or Chair Hodge submitted around staffing for Hawk. It's in line with my amendment that I put in to increase our ongoing funding to $1 million. So I hope that we can work closer towards $1 million ongoing per year to help keep that sustained. And then I also, with respect to the direct cash payments, I do think this is an amazing opportunity for us to be able to do something that counties in Michigan I haven't seen do, which is help stabilize people who are currently homeless by giving them lump sums to cover the security deposit and moving costs, and then give them ongoing funding. So I think we have a really unique opportunity to do something really great that other counties might model. And also with respect to the senior issue, thank you, Monica, for uplifting that issue. I do think it's really important for us to be better prepared for caring for older adults in Washtenaw County, because preventative measures save us money long-term. So I'm really supportive of making sure that we do that. I don't, I wasn't here in 2022, but I've been well integrated into what the Say Yes for Seniors folks are asking for. So really excited to get to the agenda item on housing later so we can have more discussion around making the proposal even better. I also just want to thank staff who have stepped up to meet before this meeting with folks who have been showing up and pressing these issues. I think it's made our proposal better, and I think it's made me better understand where we should make some changes. So again, thank you to everyone.
Commissioner Beeman.
Thank you, Chair. Pardon me. I also want to thank everyone for coming out tonight and for your advocacy around these different issues. They're all things that we at the board are passionate about and are working toward, and will continue to evolve and grow different solutions to these problems. There is no one solution to anything that was brought to the board tonight. There's multiple solutions, there's multiple partnerships, there's multiple levels of engagement. So I do thank all of you. The one piece I want to speak to is the living wage. I loathe the Medicaid reimbursement for these people. If it were in our purview, we would change it today at this board. It's not. We do not have the power to change the reimbursement per hour for these workers. I think the rate that they earn is abysmal. However, we also know how desperately these workers are needed. We know how desperately families in Washtenaw County need these organizations to exist, and many will fold, or was alluded to, take their business elsewhere if we cannot agree to their terms. So I will vote yes on that with a very, very heavy heart. And I would encourage every voice that has spoken here tonight to lift up to Lansing and to lift up to DC for the people who make the legislation around the reimbursement for these workers, because it's not here at this table. And I can say with the utmost confidence, if it were, it would be changed. Thank you.
Anybody else? Seeing, Commissioner Lake.
Took a lot of notes. I want to thank everyone who came out and to grace us with importance of concern and alarming matters. I have suggestions. I know for our community mental health. I just have some questions that I want to bring to the board, to the table, just so maybe we can discuss that may help to lighten the caseload for our caseworkers and for our crisis team. It had been brought to my attention that clients that do not have Medicaid or do not live in the county are able to receive services. And I, just want to know, how can we figure out a way that we can assist individuals who do have insurance and who do live out the county to receive assistance maybe in their county or with providers that they are insured by, so that our Washtenaw County residents and those individuals that have Medicaid can be serviced by our community mental health and be priority in making sure we are not overworking our caseworkers, because just as an example, they may have 65 clients on a caseload. If we were to make sure that we were servicing our county clients and those that have Medicaid as a priority, it may lessen the caseload to 40. Suggesting, and this is what I said earlier, maybe having interns and utilizing services such as city or AmeriCorps to come in and to assist our caseworkers with case noting and just other things that would lighten the load. I would like for that to be a discussion, just so that we can assist our community mental health with lightening the load, and absolutely making sure that we are not overworking and just coming up with ideas on how we can better help our community mental health employees. Also, it was mentioned about a lack of support services in Ypsilanti, and that is true. There's a process for individuals to receive services and support services, and it begins with DHHS. Once you are approved or denied, then you are per se dispersed out into our support service world. So if we are able to get the information out to individuals that need supportive services to apply through DHHS, so that then they are able to be directed to receive services in Ypsilanti. So just some suggestions and just something to put on the table for us to discuss. So.
All right, anybody else? No. All right. See nobody else. All right. Well, I want to thank everybody for coming out. I know it is challenging, as my colleagues have said, to give public comment in a setting like this. I hope people will stick around for the conversation around the housing proposal. I hope it's also been demonstrated, if you've been following our last several meetings, that the proposal has evolved over time. And that really does go to show how receptive the team has been to getting something that's truly meeting community need. To the piece around the living wage exemption, as Commissioner Beeman put earlier, it is very challenging. So this is always a challenging vote for all of us, because if we were in a position to pay more in these situations, we would, but it comes down to a situation at the state and federal level. So as it was said earlier by one of the people that made public comment, it's always great to advocate to us, and then we can put pressure on people at the state and federal level, but you can also engage those people as well, and that would be really helpful for us. So unfortunately, it puts many of us in the position where we have to vote yes, because if we were to not pass that, services to some of our most vulnerable in our community would cease. And that's not something that I can stomach, particularly as somebody that used to work for a community mental health system. And with that, we will move on to liaison reports. Anybody got a liaison report for me? No one wants to do it. You don't want to be here to 1 a.m. Is that what's stopping you? That's okay. I'm gonna give a few this time then. I got a few liaison reports. Go ahead and share them. They're interesting. I think they're interesting ones. You'll all be pleased. So the Criminal Justice Collaborative Council met during the period of time between our last two meetings. A big topic of discussion was around the community corrections budget and the development of a longer term strategy for where it'll be housed and how it will be funded. That's going to be one of the tasks before the council over the next few, like several months, I would expect, but we will have that hopefully wrapped up by the end of next year. We had our first meeting of the Advisory Council on Reparations. We largely spent the time thinking about what are the must-haves in the bylaws for the Advisory Council, since they currently don't have bylaws. At our next meeting, we expect, I hope that we will finish the drafting of the bylaws, and then that we will approve those after that. We had a really nice time at Board of Health, learning about a variety of diseases and the importance of public health and making sure that we're protecting people. So I don't know, now I think Commissioner Scott might want to give a liaison report. No. It was very interesting. TB is still out there. So TB is still out there. I'm gonna stop there because I think that people want to move on to the next piece. I think we're gonna take a break soon, but not yet. We are doing that. That was the liaison. You want to give one? Well, no, I'm happy to go back. Commissioner Somerville, please. Liaisons.
Thank you. I had a busy week last week. Yeah. So I think the whole board got the resolution that the Environmental Council passed for the push to fully fund the 3 staff position recommendations. If you didn't, I'll forward it to you. And then there's also, we got a overview at community corrections just on like the history of community corrections in Washtenaw County. And I was trying to pull up the data during public comment so I could share with you, but I'll follow up with an email. Just at the low rate compared to what we could actually fill in our county jail. We're like an outlier in this in the state of Michigan, probably the country with the low rate of folks who are inside of our jail, which I think is something that we should be proud of. It's not just like, there's a lot of things that had to happen to keep folks out. And then also, I had a special meeting for the CMH Regional Board where we approved an agreement to receive funding from when we covered the deficit back in 2018 and 19. And so I'll send, I don't have anything actually to send, but I just wanted to alert everybody of that we're getting money back. I know Administrator Dill's really excited about that.
He's excited.
That completes my report for now.
All right, Commissioner LaBarre.
Since it was brought up, we are getting money back, and I think you'll hear more later on tonight. There will also be a very clear demonstration that let's say the tumult we went through in 2019 was not in fact driven by our CMH nor CMHs nor PIHPs in general, but rather the state. And that's not insignificant given what we had to do. And I look forward to discussing that further in the future. Thanks, Chair.
All right. Anybody else? No? Okay, great. Well, let's move on then to special orders of business. After we complete the special orders of business, we will then take a break for a period of time that has yet to be determined. So we're going to open up a public hearing to receive comment on the 2024 to 2027 quadrennial budget. This is a point where you may approach the podium again and have up to 3 minutes to share your thoughts on the budget. But we can't respond, right? We've already, yeah. Sorry, don't get your hopes up if you're looking for another response from us, because you're not going to get one until later when we have a conversation amongst ourselves. Yeah. Come on down. I know you're ready. You get 3 minutes.
So one of the things as I'm looking at seems like we have this issue of in the public sector funding. There's this idea that it's understandable when it happens. Focus in we have
Sorry, was it not on? Sorry. All right. So the problem is if you try the millage as a solution, the problem is it's time limited and you kind of endlessly have to get those approved with all the politics that goes along with that, and it's harder to do at the county level. So it is a huge problem, but it's also it's sort of like the Titanic. The budget is sort of like the Titanic waiting for the icebergs to hit. I'm in the faith community. I go to St. Aidan's Episcopal Church. I'm the faith representative on the Continuum of Care Board. And the reality is the HUD funding, we've kind of worked it out. We're kind of stuck, right? We have our basic funding and our renewal projects, and we're kind of stuck at the bottom. And that's where we are with that federal money. It is a huge problem. And the challenge is to figure out ways to break through some of that. One thing I can tell you, I am the last treasurer of Religious Action for Affordable Housing, which raised money over 20 years to help support some of the programs that have now developed. But it got older, it was harder to get people to be on the board. We didn't have the board capacity. But what I can tell you is we supported prisoner reentry. And when the money from the state went away, so did the program. I remember telling a person in Lansing, I can't raise that kind of money. I can raise money around the edges, and I can raise some money and look at coordinated funding. If you look at coordinated funding, I was one of the few people who was like a little concerned about it. And that's what ended up happening. The faith community had coordinated funding, gave SOS its first grant, and it no longer exists. And there are good reasons for that. And the problem is it didn't raise any more money. Right? It nickel-dimed. Everybody had to have development directors, even with the coordinated funding. And now the development directors have kind of tapped out everybody who was on the lists to support that. There's sort of in the faith community, there's sort of a faith fee, right? We're all members of the community. And if we're a member in the faith community, we're supposed to give a little bit of extra money. And that is not sustainable. So I don't know what the solution is, but I do know we need to think forward, going forward, and start now for the next budget going forward. And I appreciate the changes made tonight. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else for the public hearing?
Hi, I'm Luna. I'm living in Ann Arbor. I just wanted to say the budget is basically incomprehensible to most of us in the public, and a lot of us would love to comment on the budget, but we can't really understand it. And so I would just appreciate if more transparency and clarity was provided in advance to these meetings so that we can really understand where the heck this money is actually going. Thanks.
Anybody else for public hearing? Almost said public comment, but this is public hearing. Do we have Ashley, anybody online for speaker in public hearing?
We have Mary Campbell.
All right. Please state your name and city or township.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Mary Campbell. I am the president of AFSCME's Local 2733. I do not live in Washtenaw County. As I stated many times before, I can't afford to live in Washtenaw County. I am actually speaking to you tonight in regards to looking at the budget and looking at some of the agenda items that are going before the board tonight. It doesn't escape my attention and many other county workers' attention that when you hire people in the upper echelon, that you bring them in at such a high salary, or you bring them in at the end of their salary range. One of the reasons a lot of the departments are short-staffed is because when we did do this MAG study several years ago, nobody ever moved up the bottom part of the pay scale. So they want to bring everybody in at a much lower pay scale than what they really should be paid at, and trying to get approval to bring them in at a higher pay scale like you're doing. I'll use an example, like the community economic development director that you're hiring and bringing them in at the top of the pay scale. It's the short staffing that's going on in CMH and community economic and development right now, and the overloaded cases and the work piles being piled on top of your general workers is extremely overwhelming and very stressful to the workers themselves. I realize that you're listening to what we're saying, but I don't see any action being taken on it. Commissioner Light, made some really good comments about bringing in interns or whatever to help with the case managers' workloads, and we suggested that as well. And not necessarily interns, but they eliminated. Offhand, I can't remember the title of the position that they eliminated that used to do a majority of the paperwork that the case managers do right now, and they put it on the case managers. We suggested bringing those positions back, but it falls on deaf ears in order to do that. Right now, I have so many complaints from my members about their workloads, and they seriously just want to throw everything on the desks and walk away. One of my unit chairs mentioned 2 weeks ago about multiple employees just wanting to quit, and she really was not that far from the truth. So I just implore the commissioners to really think about the budget and how much money you're setting aside for salary wages, since we are in the midst of contract negotiations right now. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else online for the public hearing? Nobody else in the room? Last chance here. All right, close the public hearing. All right. Gotta keep you on your toes. Stay awake. We got a long night ahead. Gotta keep everybody awake. All right, so now we have a public hearing to receive comment on the Brownfield Plan Amendment for 303 North 5th Avenue and 312, 314 Detroit Street in the city of Ann Arbor. The public hearing is open. Anybody want to give comment on this one? 3 minutes. Oh, perfectly timed. You just, okay. This is a guy that likes brownfields, I tell you.
I'm another one that does. I'm Greg Kopp with MAVD, the developer. I just want to let you know I'm here if you have questions.
All right. Can you state your city or township?
Oh, we're at 2723 South State Street, Ann Arbor.
Okay. I don't need the whole address, but thank you. Anybody else for the public hearing? I'm about to close the public hearing. I'm gonna do it. All right, the public hearing is closed. If there are no objections, we will take a recess until the time we come back. Any objections? Huh? Yeah, 15. No. About 15 minutes. We think 15 is good. Friends, anybody have a problem with 15? You want 10? How about 12? Come back at we'll come back at 9:20. All right, 9:20. All right. It's a nice tie. I do like it. You know, he always brings out the big guns on board meeting day. All right, this is a little longer than 12 minutes. This is why I was gonna say until a time yet to be determined, but here we are. We're gonna call us back to order. Everybody, you're coming. No, you're usually up anyway. All right, calling us back to order. We are at appointments. We only got one. Got one appointment. It is to fill a vacancy on the CJCC with a person that was on the CJCC before. So it's good to have her back on the team. Somebody would be so inclined as to move that appointment. Is there a second? Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, welcome back, CJCC. Oh, this is a roll call. Oh, I just got so excited. Sorry. Bryce, roll call, please.
Commissioner Hutch,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Maciejewski, Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Thanks.
Congratulations, Catherine, and welcome back to the team. Appointments passed. All right. Consent agenda time. All right, I would look for someone to move the consent. Okay, so to start off discussion on the consent agenda, we got two communications that we decided we did not want to acknowledge. And they were two interesting ones from, and you know, they're counties that you might expect this kind of nonsense to come from. And I did call them out at previous meetings, so maybe I don't know what role I had with this one, but Livingston County sent us a resolution here. They've created basically a second board of health that is going to be focused on looking at like anti-vax, not public health related stuff. So it's like a secondary board of health that they've created. You got to like really look into it with the language that they're using, trying to be a little tricky here, talking about individual constitutional liberties. They want to look at, a fact-finding mission to help the BOC and their Board of Health. Yeah. So you can take a look at that one if you'd like, but I just couldn't bring myself to recommend that we accept that one. The second one is from Ottawa County, and it's a anti-vax vaccine resolution. They were considering firing their public health officer on Monday. So just the timing of them doing that and then sending us this, I just thought was hilarious and delicious. Commissioner Scott, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to thank you again for instituting my request that we think about a way to not receive some of these resolutions that they want to send us. And to that, I should not want to fire one across the ballot. At some point, I'd like us to send a resolution to them about something we would like to direct them to do.
Yep.
So, and I was gratified. I did not look ahead of time. I was skimming. I got to the communication. I read it and I was like, we can't accept that. And then I scrolled back and I saw that we had already made that determination. So thank you once again.
You're welcome. As I say, I aim to please, and I thank Bryce for his help on the communications. And I think we will have a conversation about how we start sending some communications of our own to Ottawa County and Livingston and all the other counties up there. Any other comments about anything on the consent agenda besides communications? That's just always the really interesting one. We're watching Ottawa and Livingston. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Robbie.
Quick logistical question.
Yeah.
How do we treat those resolutions then? We just don't.
They get marked as we received them, but we're not acknowledging them. Like we're not.
They receive a communication that says that we're not acknowledging.
We have not established a process for doing that, and I think that we will. We've talked about it. Bryce and I have a meeting coming up to talk about clerk's office related things. And that was one of the things I'd like for us to talk about is how do we counter message them.
Okay. All right.
I have a really good return to sender stamp.
You do?
That's
Okay.
what I was just thinking about a stamp.
A stamp.
Like Bryce could just stamp them.
Okay.
Received, not acknowledged.
Received, not acknowledged. We could certainly do that. All right. One wouldn't think communications would be such an interesting part of the agenda, but it's become that. And it's largely, I would say it's thanks to Commissioner Scott's recommendation here and Bryce in the clerk's office for implementing it. It's good work. Good job, Bryce. Yes. Okay. Any other comments? Nothing? Now this one's a voice vote. All in favor Aye. Any opposed? None. Consent agenda is passed. All right, moving on to resolutions. I would look for someone to move the 2 first reading resolutions. Commissioner LeBar.
Chair, under the first reading resolutions, I'd move A, the resolution to adopt the Brownfield Plan Amendment for 303 North Fifth, and then B, the resolution to adopt the 2024 through 2027 quadrennial budget.
Is there a second? I don't think I even need to ask if anybody wants to pull any for separate consideration, but I will. Just do it. Okay, fine. I'm good with that. What is that? Well, I think that, well, nobody's asked to pull it for separate consideration. So, okay, there you go. We're pulling B. All right, well, let's go ahead and start with A. Nathan, you still in here? Oh, there you are, right in the middle. Woo, okay. This first one's a brownfield related one. So we'll start with discussion on that one. Any questions for Nathan, or Nathan, you just want to come and chat about it? You don't have to if you don't want to, unless you don't have any questions. Does anybody have any questions? No questions, no questions. Okay. Well, all in favor of that resolution there. And this is a voice vote, Bryce.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. All right. Well, thanks for coming out, Nathan. All right, we're gonna go on to the big one here. Wow, that was an audible sigh. So before we get into discussion, the administrator wanted me to preface this conversation with a couple of items. So they have decided to retract the request related to the labor relations attorney. And you have something to add related to the resiliency office items. Please, get in there. Not you, you. Yeah. Oh, I made a mistake here. We have a guest from DTE that we were going to give comment now, or have a conversation with us before we got into like the real meat of the meeting. So, our guest is not here until 1 a.m. So we're gonna, if anybody doesn't object to it, we're gonna go ahead and have DTE come on down. DTE has a name, it's Molly. Sorry, Molly. You are not the organization.
Good evening, Commissioners. This is a part of the administrator's update. As you know, the request that we received from you all, I think back in perhaps it was August, requesting that you have an opportunity to engage with our partners from DTE. Since that time, the chair and I have had meetings and regular conversation with Molly Lumpert-Coy. She is here this evening, and I am grateful to her for agreeing to come and engage with you, talk a little bit about what DTE is doing, and it is certainly an opportunity for you all to ask questions. So I will turn it over to Molly.
Thank you so much, Administrator, and to the chair and to the commissioners. I have with me here tonight Mike Witkowski, and Mike is our manager over distribution operations. So he's going to share with me and presenting to you. We appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening, and a lot of great work is happening around the county, a lot of great grid investment projects. I happen to live in the city of Saline, so I'm one of your constituents as well. So we'll go ahead and start off. I think we can pull up the presentation, right? So again, our focus here is on Washtenaw County Reliability and Resiliency Update. And if we can want to move to the next slide. Thank you. That should work real good. All right. I'm going to have Mike kind of walk you through our 4-pronged reliability plan and quite a bit of the investment work that's been going on. We're using Ann Arbor as an example here, but we'll talk a little bit more about some of the investments going on all across the county. So go ahead, Mike, if you want to kick that off.
Good evening, and thanks again for the time and for moving us up in the agenda a little bit. Mike Witkowski, one of the managers of our distribution engineering team at DTE, and kind of in response to outages, questions about capacity, and everything that's been being asked of DTE lately, we wanted to come and share this with you. We did give a similar presentation to the city of Ann Arbor, the mayor and some of his staff a few weeks ago. So we felt it appropriate to come to the county board and share a similar message. So like Molly said, at DTE, we've put together what we're calling a 4-point plan as far as rebuilding and improving the electric grid. So what you've got there on the screen, the first two, tree trimming and then updating the existing infrastructure, those are kind of your maintenance buckets. Those things are going to go on every several years. They're going to be ongoing. Tree trim, our goal is to be through everywhere every 5 years. In Ann Arbor and Washtenaw County, we're very close to that. I think we're going to hit that target and be on track as of next year for this area. And then that'll come through, like I said, every 5 years approximately. Updating the existing infrastructure, that's your maintenance programs at your substations, on your poles, wires, your every few years maintenance programs that are going to come through and just kind of make sure everything's the way it should be. The last two are really the heavyweights there. Number 3, rebuilding significant portions of the grid. It's needed. Everybody knows it. We know it. And we are working day in and day out at DTE with our regulators in Lansing to get the funding needed and the support needed to make that investment into the grid. We have a lot of that in Ann Arbor, a lot of that around Washtenaw County, and we have more plans even beyond what we're going to show you for this area. The last one, transitioning to the smart grid, that's kind of the fancy stuff. That's having the grid be able to operate from a control center downtown or automatically. So in some situations, you have a grid that can restore itself without needing to go out and have a lineman repair everything. You still need to make those repairs, but you can get customers back in a matter of minutes or seconds while those final repairs are getting made in the field. So kind of a lot there. Give you a little bit more zoomed in detail of each of those. Again, first one, tree trim. Like we said, in Ann Arbor and Washtenaw County, we're very close to that 5-year cadence we want to be on. This is a zoom in of Ann Arbor. And really the only part that is left is the southern area around Briarwood. That's the last part that is off of the 5-year cycle, and that'll get on next year. So similar approach to everywhere throughout the county. I know the Ypsilanti area is also
township.
scheduled for next year.
Yep, has some major circuits that'll be trimmed out. I know we mentioned about the grid hardening for more the southern part of Washtenaw County, Chelsea, Dexter, Lima. We're doing a major pole replacement, right? So we're moving from wood poles to steel poles. Steel poles can withstand up to EF4 tornadoes. Just give you an example of some of the hardening that we're putting in. That's about a 3-mile project. But, you know, trees tend to be the biggest culprit, if you will, in any storm. And we've seen this year alone, a lot that are outside of our trimming, you know, easement radius. So, you know, that's something that, you know, folks need to, you know, in their own communities need to take a look at and make sure that the trees, you know, are healthy and trimmed. You know, and we work very hard to make sure that our circuits are now on a 5-year cycle. So I think that will help significantly, but definitely in the Ypsilanti Township, we're going to be doing some major trimming in some of the major circuits in 2024 as well.
This next slide here, there's kind of a lot going on, but this is really where my engineering team spends a lot of our time. This is the big projects. These are the new circuits, the new substations, the kind of complete rebuild of the grid. So to kind of show you what's going on with Washtenaw County here, DTE operates 2 different levels of primary voltage. So that's the voltage coming out of our substations. Customers, you're getting your 120, 240, commercial gets a little different. But this is the voltages that are on the high lines in the back of your yards or down the main streets. Those 2 voltages are 4.8 kV or 13.2 kV, so 5,000, 13,000 volts. What you see around the county, most of Ann Arbor is that 4800 system. We've got the 13.2 system around the city, but then we've also got some of the 4.8 around the perimeter as well. Our goal at DTE is to convert all of that 4.8 system to 13.2. That does a handful of things. Drives better reliability because you're getting the new equipment out there, new poles, fiberglass crossarms instead of wood, stronger insulators, larger wires. It's a more robust system. That in turn delivers reliability, resiliency, meaning we can restore things faster because we have more opportunity to do so. But then it also lets us connect solar, wind, battery storage. That system allows that interconnection in a much more efficient manner. And then it also allows for electrification, EVs, electric heat, all things like that kind of come along with that conversion to 13.2. Quick dance around the county. Highlighted in purple are some of the active projects that our team has going on. Dexter Township, we just energized a new substation last year. We're going to continue rebuilding the lines out there, bringing another circuit out of that substation over the next year or two. Scioto Township, and the part Molly mentioned, we're doing a sub-transmission rebuild. Those are the 40,000 volt lines that connect substation to substation. Those are some of the most critical lines because when one of those go down, you're taking out thousands and thousands of customers. So we want those to be our strongest lines. Like Molly said, that's one where we are moving from wood poles to steel poles. That's something we're looking to do across the area. We also have a substation upgrade that we're planning in Scioto Township, getting that out of engineering going into design next year. Superior Township, we've got a substation replacement planned for 25 through 27. We did start upgrading the poles and wires this year along Plymouth Ann Arbor Road, and we'll continue that upgrade work throughout the next several years. I'll zoom in on the next slide to the city of Ann Arbor. Much more story there with the continued conversions from 4.8 to 13.2 and a handful of substation projects. Again, here, just like I said, a zoom in of the city. We've got the project up there in Superior Township that's coming in from the northeast. And then we just started design on 2 projects, one on the west side, as well as one on the southeast side, continuing that conversion effort. So again, those type of projects are about $50 million a piece, which includes.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you. Couple questions to start. What are your positions again? I know you said it at the beginning, but could you?
Yeah, I handle government and community relations on behalf of DTE Energy. And Mike, I'll let you.
Distribution engineering manager.
What does that mean in terms of like region? Like, do you both
Oh, I'm
just
sorry.
work in Washtenaw?
I cover 3 counties. So I have Monroe County, Lenawee, and Washtenaw County.
And I've got the west side of our territory, so Telegraph Road West. But specifically myself, I've been an engineer supporting the Ann Arbor area since 2005. So a lot of experience and knowledge out here.
And I've been with the company for 31 years.
And you do like local government relations then? Like
Yeah, I
county,
enter
city?
on the gas electric side, or it could be anything to do with DTE Energy, customer service, energy efficiency. We've done a lot of outreach on the programmatic things that we have to offer, energy assistance. And we also do a lot of employee volunteerism in the communities as well.
What's the CEO of DTE's name?
Jerry Norcia.
Do you think that Jerry would be willing to come to one of our board meetings?
We certainly could take that back to Jerry.
I'd love to have an opportunity to interact with Jerry at one of our board meetings. You are 2 professionals that seem to be engaged in the work that you're doing, and I have comments and reflections, and you're trying to effectuate those jobs. I think at the end of the day, you know, the problems that I see with DTE are not necessarily with what you're trying to accomplish with the limited resources you have operationally. And I don't know that either of you would be able to answer this question, but why is it okay that the company that you work for, again, not directing this towards you two, Why is it okay? This is a question for your CEO, that the company can post $1 billion in profits and our lights can't stay on? That's something I'd like to have an answer to understand how that is being justified within the corporation. And I'd like to understand what at the top of the corporation is being done to reinvest more of the profits into the work that you're doing to try to improve the grid. Because at this point, despite your best efforts, you have limited resources from the company, and the grid is not reliable. I mean, I'm not blaming either of you, but I was without power for way too long this year. You know, I mean, this is maybe not a fair example, but I'm going to say it anyways. I was just in Cuba, and they have an energy shortage. They don't even have enough oil to power the whole country. And so they have rolling blackouts in their country. And there was a hurricane passing by while I was there. And the lights went out for about a minute, and then they went back on. I wish we had a power system like they have there, because there were like hurricane force winds blowing through the town, and the lights flickered and then came back on. In a country that is under an embargo, blockade, has very little resources and no fuel, and somehow they're able to keep the lights on. And I had to go this winter with my cat almost freezing to death, and myself very cold in my home because we didn't have power. And so you're trimming a bunch of trees, like, okay, but where's that $1 billion going? That's what I want to know. That's the real money. And I want to make sure that that $1 billion, I don't want to see DTE post any more profits. I want to see DTE invest in our grid.
We put a significant amount of funding, as you mentioned, $1 billion into the grid. And a lot of what Mike was sharing, the automation component of the grid, there's a lot of new technology that's going to be going into the grid system that will help minimize outages. A good example of that is reclosures. That's a device that if you have a segment of a circuit that is affected by an outage, only that small segment will go out. The rest of the circuit will stay on. When you convert to 13.2, if the system goes down, it kind of shuts, you know, and disconnects, but keeps the greater portion of the circuit up. So there's a lot of automation elements that are going into that grid system. And, you know, I've seen more investment in the last few years. I think I shared with you, you know, I've been around for 31 years, extensive work that's going into the grid system to bring it forward and add a lot of new technology. So, you know, and again, you know, we've seen this year alone, let me give you an example. We had a 100-year ice storm. We had a 500-year flood. We had the night of 7 tornadoes, which was the most we've ever seen in Michigan in one night storm. We had a number of what I would call direct line winds that were over 50 miles per hour. So, and a series of those over July and August. So this was kind of a record year for storms from that perspective, but we know those are becoming more of the normal, right? So that's why we're putting in things like steel poles, concrete poles that can withstand up to EF4 tornadoes. You know, we're doing tree trimming on a 5-year cycle. We're rebuilding the grid. All of that is making a much, much more resilient grid.
But I mean, even with the investment that you've made, your company's still pocketing, you know, $1 billion a year. Why isn't that being reinvested in the grid? Can we bury power lines? I feel like that's the ultimate way of defending against EF, whatever magnitude, anything.
Yeah, I will say on the undergrounding piece, there is a lot of support all the way up to Mr. Norcia on undergrounding and challenging the company to find ways to do that more efficiently. Part of that equation is getting regulatory approval for those investments, but we are working on a variety of pilots where we're trying some different methods, and we're looking to bring a couple of those to Ann Arbor area. So
I mean,
hopefully more details to share with you very soon on the undergrounding efforts.
Okay, thank you. I mean, the last thing I'll say, I see another hand going up. Last thing I'll say is, you know, a reminder that the money that you're investing is our money. And so when I see money going to Wall Street instead of being invested in the things you're talking about. And maybe it's a pilot program. That's nice. Maybe it affects a neighborhood. We have an entire grid that we need to rapidly harden as we prepare for climate change. And every $1 billion that goes to investors is the $1 billion of my money and everybody around this table's money that isn't going to make sure that we don't freeze in the winter. So again, these aren't issues that you two can solve necessarily, but I'd like an opportunity to speak to the CEO, but I know there's another hand that went up, so.
Well, several hands have gone up. So to make you aware of the queue, we've got Commissioner Somerville and Commissioner Scott and Commissioner Sanders. If I signal me if you want to get in the queue.
Thank you. I just wanted to take this time to say hi, Molly. I've emailed you quite a bit over the last few years, and you were really helpful over the summer when Park Ridge was out of power and they had camp starting. And so I really appreciate the work that you do, whether it's just communicating, but the times that I've had constituents who are like at risk of getting their power shut off and you've been able to stop that from happening has been super helpful. And literally, like in some of those situations, it would be worse if they had the power shut off and then had to get it reconnected. So I just wanted to say hello and thank you for all of that, because it's really important to keep people's electricity on. I know that a lot of the bigger issues aren't something that you can deal with, but I do think the like person to person stuff that you deal with and angry elected officials like me, you still do it with like a smile on, and I just appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I know I've interfaced with quite a few of you. And again, that's what I'm here for, is to help support that. Thank you.
Commissioner Scott.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I also wanted to say hi, Molly. Thank you also for talking to me when I most alarmingly, selfishly was worried about my kid that was going to be rowing in the river when there was a line down in the river. And you go back to me so quick and like saves the entire crew team. So I appreciate how responsive you've been. And I was like happy to see you here to like put a face to like Molly, like, hi. But also I felt a little bad because I also have like lots of angry questions, and I'm not angry at you. I think you do your job fabulously. I mean, I can tell you I'm angry personally. Like I had a 3-day outage of power this summer myself. I have never gotten a credit on my bill despite calling DTE about it. I lost thousands of dollars of food. I had just been to Costco. I worked every day during that outage, so I had to leave my house at 6:30 in the morning and come back at 7:30 at night. There was no time to save that food by taking it to somebody's house. I got no credits on my bills. I talked to the state. It's just, I am an educated consumer, and what are other people dealing with? And I wish there was more, I felt like there was more accountability for that. And to Commissioner Robbie's point, that the company is making so much money on a utility. It's frustrating for me thinking about representing working families and working people that they change the rates to go up in 3 to 7. And that doesn't seem like it's, I understand it's trying to convince people to use less power during those peak times. But unfortunately for working families, that's when your kids are coming home from school, you're making dinner, you're prepping for the next day. There's no way to use less power then if you're a working family. And so I wish that they could kind of reconsider what they're trying to do to help people be green. Charging them more money when they're already making money hand over fist is not the way. So if you wanted to relay my comments to your CEO, that would be it, to consider people who are really struggling with the rising costs of food and energy, that making their costs go up at peak times is not a good way to be green or help working people. It's just a way to make people poor.
I appreciate that, Commissioner Scott. We were advised to do that, as was Consumers Energy, by our Public Service Commission. So we didn't come out and say we would do that. We're following the lead by our Public Service Commission. What they're trying to do is change behavior. I think they're trying to drive behavior more to avoid the high peak time of day, which is 3 to 7. So folks like do their laundry in the morning or at night. If they can avoid that peak time, then they can actually save on their energy. They can actually reduce their bills as well. So I just wanted to mention that. And yes, I work very, very closely, and I want to give a big shout out to Ben Pinnett, Washtenaw County Emergency Management. Ben and I communicate constantly. If we're ever in a storm or we have storm scenarios, he's great to work with. And I know the Huron River, we had some primary that came down in the Huron River. We had that resolved that very night. We had folks in a very challenging situation get in there and get that immediately addressed to, for the safety of the public, for the safety of the workers. And that's something we take pride on is, we have a fabulous line crews and personnel that really work, in tremendous situations to get folks restored. Affordability is really, really important to us as well. Our corporation supports, kind of the whole statewide coalition to keep Michigan warm. The new IRP Integrated Resource Plan sets aside major funding for energy assistance. We lobby for energy assistance as well at state and federal level to help our customers in Michigan. And affordability is always something we look at with the rates as well. So that's very important to us and myself personally, because I'm very passionate about helping the low-income population and too. Thank you.
Well, Molly, I can tell you're passionate in general about helping people. And again, thank you. And thank you to the fabulous linemen and women who are out there doing that work. So thanks so much.
Commissioner Sanders, and then I see a round 2 request from Commissioner Robbie and Commissioner Somerville. So for those of you that haven't spoken yet, get those questions ready before we get into round 2.
Thank you for coming today and sharing the information. I want to say publicly, Molly and I have had some frank conversations. And after that, I needed to contact you about my constituents and their being connected. And I appreciate the fact that you received my communications on a Sunday by text when I knew that you were at another event. So I thank you for taking the time to be responsive and to help my residents with their connectivity. Now I'm going to switch it off and say, I got a couple of questions for you that you will probably have to respond to at a later date. I wanted to ask whether or not you had representation at the Michigan Public Service Commission meeting that occurred in October. I was there, but I don't remember seeing anyone in particular. And I was just wondering, first of all, were you aware that it took place? And do you know if you had any representation from DTE there?
We have a Lansing office that usually covers any kind of large scale meetings and things. Was it on a particular?
It was hosted by Debbie Dingle, and it was involving a panel of the Washtenaw County electeds that are serving us in Lansing.
And
So
it was at Washtenaw Community College. Yes, I personally was there. I was there taking notes. Yep.
Okay. So one of the things that I learned, not necessarily at that meeting, was that DTE, well, utility companies, DTE consumers, you make your money off of the generation of power and not the maintenance of it. Is that correct? That's the basic model for how you are able to make profit. Make profit off of the generation of the electricity, but not off of the maintenance of the grid that.
I'd have to see what context that was presented in. The utility rate structure is fairly complex, but there is a component on every customer's bill for each component of delivery. So the generation as well as the delivery. So there's a rate component that ties to each piece. So in a utility perfect world, there's profit made from generation all the way to delivery. But I'd have to see that a little bit.
But we
more.
report, we have reporting mechanisms as well on our performance, right? On our circuit performance, outage performance, so all of that is examined as well by a regulator.
So I'm just going to share, since I'm talking about that meeting with the general public. that the chair of the Michigan Public Service Commission encouraged all customers of utilities to contact them if they feel as though they're not getting the service or the response that they should when they reach out to the utility companies. So I'm just sharing that for our residents to know that they were encouraged at that meeting by the electeds in Lansing that represent our county to contact them, the electeds, and also to make their concerns known to the Michigan Public Service Commission. So that's my commercial announcement for that. And then the thing that you would have to get back with me about is I am interested in knowing, since we're talking about 50-year and 100-year storms, I'm interested in knowing if you can gather this information. What has been the investment of DTE over the last 50 years into the maintenance of the grid? I'm interested in knowing what that is. I'm also going to bring up again that I have brought up before, my concern that the tree trimmers and your linemen that I'm seeing are not necessarily representative of our overall population. And so DTE is a huge corporation that absolutely has the ability and might to insist and provide support in K through 12 to get children and other people prepared academically to be able to be a lineman. Okay, because it is a dangerously skilled job. And also tree trimming is a skill and it's a dangerous job. And so I would like to be able to start, you know, sometime in the near future, maybe not so immediate because I know it takes a minute, to be able to drive past some of these crews and see somebody that looks like me, because it is rare. And that you have the power to make some change on that. So I'm asking for you to do that.
So let us respond to that briefly if we can.
Yeah, that's definitely something we are looking at and working towards. We have a handful of initiatives that kind of do center in Detroit, both in the tree trimming academies that we're standing up, as well as in several high school technical programs that we're helping stand up.
Randolph School, I believe, Focus Hope is another area as well. We also have prisoner reentry that we've opened programs for, and that's specifically, I think, in tree trimming and in lineman areas.
I know about those programs in Detroit. I kind of keep a foot in both communities, but here in Washtenaw County, I'm not certain that. I mean, it's a bit much to ask our residents to have to drive down to those training. And they can be restrictive in terms of you needing to be there on time, not missing any days or hours when you're in training. And that can be a struggle if you've got a family or children or you've got a commute. So I would like to see some more concentrated effort right here in our county.
So, and let me mention with the younger students, we've brought out our renewables programs into the schools, and they've been all throughout Washtenaw County. We've had them in Ann Arbor, we've had them in Saline, we've had them in Ypsilanti. We've done summer camps as well, talking about our renewable technology. The kids actually build windmills, they build solar arrays, you know, so we've had that both in camps and in the schools out here. U of M, we have our chief nuclear officer that sits on the nuclear advisory committee as well. I know we employ a lot of students, right? Workforce students from U of M, from, you know, Washtenaw Eastern, that are integrated in our summer co-op programs and, you know, year-long co-op programs, especially in the engineering, the business, you know, fields as well. So down in Monroe County, just over the border, we have a nuclear technology program as well down there. So lots of programs in the surrounding areas.
And then lastly, I am interested in knowing the level of philanthropic support that you've provided specifically in Washtenaw County over the last 5 years. What I'm being told or whispered in my ear is that you've been reducing the amount of support that you've provided to nonprofits, events, charitable types of programs. So I would like to know what you've spent over the last 5 years in Washtenaw County, so I can see for myself. Has it declined? Are you de-investing? You know, is this possibly related to the heat that you've been receiving lately? I would hope not, as a responsible corporate citizen, but I would like to see it for myself. So there's at
We've always
least-
been one of the largest contributors to the United Way locally. We've supported programs both at EMU and U of M, Washtenaw Community College, certainly with the hospital and schools. We've been, continuous supporters, and with the food banks, we made some extra, I think, $1 million gifts out throughout Southeast Michigan for the food banks as well this year, because we know it was a challenging year. A lot of our discretionary funding has gone into grid enhancement this year. So, so we focused on resiliency of the grid. So, but we're still a very prominent partner. Our DTE Energy Foundation, gives away millions of dollars annually throughout Michigan. So, and then our employee volunteers, our Ann Arbor Service Center, our Michigan Am Gas facility that's in Washtenaw County, they constantly volunteer. We probably have, I want to say, like between 30 or so employees, managers, directors that are serving on community civic boards throughout the county, myself included, that give back of their time and resources. Our foundation is fortunate enough to match our volunteer time. So if we give at least 40 hours a year to a nonprofit and we're on the board, we can get up to $1,000 for that nonprofit. And we do a lot of volunteer grants. I know a lot of the communities had 100-year anniversaries this year, Ypsilanti, others that are coming up. And we were there supporting, those efforts as well. So a lot of the times during the holidays, you'll see our volunteers out there working, delivering Meals on Wheels. I know I've spent many of my Christmas Eves doing that throughout Washtenaw County. I'm the incoming chair of the board for the Saline Area Chamber of Commerce. I give my time there as well. Saline Area Social Services, I volunteer. I give my time of a number of different nonprofits. Southeast Michigan Works. But certainly our employees give back very heavily of their time and resources.
So I appreciate that. I still would like to see it in numbers. And then I'm just going to be a smart aleck and say one of my last suggestions would be, as we have been getting continual feedback about our homeless and home insecure residents, that perhaps it would be nice if DTE could consider assisting us with the warming centers, whether or not that's providing a credit to those entities that open up their space to allow us to temporarily or overnight house people, giving them a credit on their electricity bill so that it is not so much of a strain for them. That, to me, that would be a sign of a good faith effort. So I'm going to end my comments with that. Thank you.
Let me just mention that when we had to open warming centers during the ice storm, I personally visited every warming center. I dropped off supplies of blankets, waters, charging kits. We brought in courtesy vans, our customer engagement group did, in a lot of the different communities from Dexter to Ypsilanti to Ann Arbor. And we hosted, giveaways from, like I said, water, charging kits, blankets, and support. We movie tickets or, gas cards. We did a lot of that during the storm process, as well. We support a lot of the shelters, domestic violence shelters all throughout Michigan, and they have gotten grants, large scale grants to help with their causes as well. And then we did an extra, I want to say $5 to $6 million supporting food banks all across Michigan. So we are, working very hard to support our low income customers and help them in that journey.
All right, Commissioner Robbie.
So many thoughts and feelings. Again, I will save some of them for when Jerry joins us, which I know he will. I know he'll say yes. I know he loves me. I'm sure he loves all of us, and I'm sure he would like to come and listen to some of these questions, but I'm glad that you mentioned some of your low-income customers and some of the folks that are struggling to pay their bills. And, you know, again, I do not want to direct this at either of you, but I will direct it at your company in general. The statement that you care about low-income ratepayers is in direct contradiction to this article that I have pulled up here on ProPublica in regards to the debt that you sold to a private company to garnish wages. I'm just going to read a part of that article. This is in reference to an individual named Crystal Daly. Her check, she learned, was being garnished over $1,500 in debt. It was at least 5 years old. The money was being taken by a collection company she'd never heard of. After a court hearing she'd never attended, garnishment went on for more than 8 weeks. No matter how much she worked, 25% of her wages were garnished. Quote, "It was terrible," she said. Just had a baby, just got back to work. For them to start taking $150, $160 out was drastic to me. The original source of the debt was quite familiar to her. DTE Energy, Detroit area's largest utility company. Company had quietly sold off Daly's debt in 2017, along with more than 290,000 other residential customers and nearly 14,000 commercial accounts. And a little notice financial maneuver that ProPublica found. The sale brought DTE just pennies on the dollar. It says how much you got for it, $4.8 million, in exchange for the right to pursue $282 million in debt. For low-income customers whose debt was sold, it was a consequential event, thrusting them into the hands of a debt collector that aggressively sues people. Under Michigan law, these cases can result in creditors garnishing up to a quarter of a person's wages, as well as refunds from their state income tax returns. DT officials declined to be interviewed and did not answer a list of detailed questions sent by reporters. And then it says that spokesperson said in a statement, company is focused on managing affordability for our customers and that selling closed customer accounts lowers the burden on other customers. The last thing I'll read is that it says the company's debt sale practices are unusual. ProPublica surveyed the 11 other investor-owned electric utilities that each serve at least 400,000 customers in the Great Lakes states of Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Ohio, and Wisconsin. All of them, including Consumers Energy, Michigan's second largest utility company, said they do not sell debt. So, said that the company cares about low-income ratepayers. This would seem the contrary.
So I don't know the circumstances of that particular publication, but I can tell you that we really do try and work with our customers. We put them on billing plans so that they can manage their bills. We work with them, we work with a number of agencies like the Salvation Army, the United Way, a lot of the partners, the community action agencies, to try and help our customers get assistance for energy needs. We work with Thaw significantly to help our customers. Our employees give donations in support of all of that as well. So again, don't know the specifics of that certain publication, but
I can send you the article if you'd like to review it. I will note once again that your company made $1.1 billion in profits, and the amount of debt that's mentioned here is $282 million. So instead of, my personal opinion, instead of donating money to all these nonprofits, don't garnish people's wages. People are working hard for their money. They're trying to feed their kids. And probably the most effective way that you could do all the things that you're trying to do by donating to nonprofits is actually not taking people's money away when they're scraping by.
All right, Commissioner Somerville, you were next in the queue. And anybody else that wants to talk?
Thank you. I'll
Give me a
keep
signal.
it brief and follow up later. I think you were here for most of public comment earlier, and it was mentioned we're dealing with a big housing and homelessness issue. One of the things that I'm most interested in is like getting people housed quickly, and some people who have been unhoused for quite a while. And one of the concerns that kind of came up in conversations about how this would actually work is like getting people connected back to utilities when they move into a place. So I would love to talk about a partnership on how we can help streamline that better for people who have been, unhoused for a number of whether it's months or years, and who might not be in good standing. It'd be really helpful, I think, for the work that we're trying to do and keep people stabilized. So.
Absolutely. We
Okay,
can talk offline.
awesome.
Happy to help with that.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Anybody else? Good.
I'm good for now, Chair. I do think we deserve another opportunity to address this issue, but I've said what I needed to say for now.
Okay. All right. Thank you both for coming.
Thank you so much.
It's never easy to come when you know you're going to have to deal with a bunch of people that are very frustrated, a bunch of frustrated elected officials and other people in the audience. As Commissioner Robbie has said multiple times, and as I've said to both of you, I know you don't control the grid, but you very frequently have to answer questions and deal with disgruntled people about it. I've had my share of frustrations too with DTE personally. When the big power outage happened, it was the day before my ankle surgery, and then I didn't get power back for days until after that. So that was not a fun post-surgery experience. But here we are, and as Commissioner Beeman and I had talked about before, we want to try the friendly route, right? Because you're a community partner, you invest. DTE is investing a lot in a lot of the work that you're doing directly, Molly, with community agencies. We want to figure out how to be good partners. It would be nice to be able to have questions with the CEO. And if the diplomatic route doesn't work to be able to have that kind of conversation, then we can explore some of those other opportunities. Subpoena power. Well, we're trying diplomacy right now, and I told you I would attempt diplomacy before subpoena power. All right, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I got you out of here before 10:30.
Thank you so much.
Yes, drive safe. Come on back, Greg. Don't make me subpoena you, Greg.
You don't have to look that far.
What's happening? We are on the budget piece. So I had, just as a reminder before we had to step away from our regularly scheduled programming there, we were talking about getting into the quadrennial budget's first reading. I had mentioned that the budget recommendation related to the labor relations attorney is going to be retracted. And then there will be some conversation around the resiliency office positions. And I believe the administrator was going to say more. Someone is going to say more, I believe. But I will continue talking until someone gets to the microphone. And it's, I think Andrew, you're smiling at me. No, we're just going to discuss it. Okay. So I've sufficiently expressed what, yep, I did. Okay. Any questions or discussion related to the budget? First reading here. Commissioner Light, was that a hand? You're thinking, okay. Unless somebody beats you to it, you're first in the queue. Is that a hand? I'm looking right at you. Go ahead. Go ahead, Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you so much, Chair.
You're welcome. And I think Commissioner Labar is next.
Okay, great. Okay, so I guess I'm a little confused. So we did pull the labor relations and we replaced that, or we have not replaced that yet? Okay, good. Thank you. Because I was a little concerned about that. So the one amendment that I put in was to increase funding ongoing for housing and homelessness. I know we have a little bit of wiggle room. Obviously, we had about 8 or 9 amendments that we went over at working session. But I would just like to express how important it is for us to keep ongoing funding for housing and human services. Both my amendment request and Commissioner Hodges' amendment request are needed, I think, or we're going to end up in the same situation we were in April. And right now we're approving this emergency support to deal with, like, both right now and over winter. I don't anticipate that in a year's time, we're going to achieve like no homelessness in Washtenaw County. And I also feel pretty strongly that by increasing ongoing support over the recommendation that was already provided, just over 400,000, will actually save money in many other areas, because it costs more to put people in our jails. It costs more once people have to navigate emergency services. It costs us more money to hotel them. So I just want to press that. And I also think the importance of having permanent expansion of Hawk employees is like the direction that we need to go into. And if we don't, I mean, if we decide that that's not what we want to do and we don't include that in this budget, I don't really I think that the work we're doing tonight is cute, but it's not going to do anything long-term for us. So I just really want to press the need for the amendments that Justin and I put in related to housing and homelessness.
Thank you, Commissioner Somerville. I'm glad that you were so supportive of my budget amendment there. I think that is one of the ones that'll get us to some systems change. While it's really important that we do the immediate needs work that's represented in the proposal today, if we're going to really try to move the needle on the housing and homelessness crisis, I do think we need to be making moves like that. You're in the queue. And then Commissioner Robbie, then Commissioner Beeman. But next up, it's Commissioner LeBar.
Thanks, Chair. Just procedurally, I don't think it will matter in the long run if we pass it at first reading tonight or if we don't. I do think there's probably a meeting's worth of time where we'll want to chew on these amendments a little bit more, because what we haven't identified is where we would take the money from. And so I know that will play a large role in the ultimate budget that we produce. Chair, and to both our chairs, I'm not sure there's ever a right way procedurally to do that. In the past, prior to the changes, we did some of that at working session, but we mainly did sort of the nitty-gritty amending at Ways and Means. We could have a marathon, second November meeting. I know administration generally prefers to have a December meeting that is light on business, high on celebration and so forth. Both could work. I do think having a little time before we vote anyway to look at what our colleagues have brought forward would probably lead to a better outcome, and would probably allow for some additional time for folks to feel like they're invested in the process. I will say 11 budgets in, there's never been a budget cycle where I've felt like that's as much investment in it as I'd want to in terms of time and process. And that's just an ongoing theme. So I'm open to whatever the will of the board is tonight to either postpone formal action or take performative action either way. So thanks, Chair.
I appreciate the comments. So a couple of pieces about the form that everybody filled out asked them to decide where they would want to pull some of the dollars from. Given some of the updates that we're getting from what recommendations are from administration, like around the labor relations attorney, I think more conversation could happen about that in the meantime, or recommendations could come, because now that frees up some dollars there. But administrator, no, I'm on a roll. I would say that we do have this time and as much time as we need to ask any questions, have them all answered. The team is ready. They're feeling strong. So we're prepared to get into all of it, the real nitty gritty, as much time. If we got to be here at 3 o'clock, we're here to 3 o'clock. Go ahead, Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. I first of all appreciate Commissioner LeBar for saying, making a statement that was more concise and eloquent, but essentially this same as what I was trying to say earlier, which is I do think that we need to take the time and the space to properly have the discussions we need to have, make the amendments we need to make. And I think you're right, Commissioner LeBar, that we may never have the time to fully say or vet every single thing that we want to, but I think forcing ourselves into a timeline is not going to be helpful either. And I think taking the time that we need as a board to do this is really important. To that end, I guess my question is, I was wondering how this is going, I had reservations to begin with about how this process was going to work in terms of board priorities being entered into the process. My question though is how do we go from a presentation where we kind of put everything out there to actually voting on things? Are we going to have amendments drafted up by staff? I feel like that I don't feel comfortable voting on a first reading without having an opportunity to consider the amendments that we submitted as amendments. They're not in an amendment form right now. They're just kind of ideas. And so obviously there needs to be time to develop that, and maybe in the end, you know, if somebody feels like there's not support for their thing, then they might not decide to offer it, but I think they should be, presented, we should be at least presented with the opportunity to offer our amendments to the budget in a, formulaic way.
Yeah, so the way that we did it last term was that way. Staff came with the amendments and we voted on each of them one by one. There's a great episode of it at the second November meeting, I think of 21, 22? Which one is it? 22. So if you want to look at the YouTube link or go on the website, you can watch that. But it is basically the same thing that we'd be doing now.
Okay, thank you for communicating that. Till now, it hasn't been communicated to me that that was what the plan was, but I'm glad to hear that.
You don't like to go back and watch old episodes of the show? I mean,
I will, you know,
catch up.
I'm good, I think.
Missed last season.
I'm good. I did miss last season. Do you have like a summary episode?
Well, I think that is
recap?
the one. That's the one to look at. We should make a highlight reel of the last.
Highlight reel.
Yeah.
A recap.
Recap.
I see the administrator standing.
The administrator, please.
I'm almost afraid to walk towards this podium. So I've been huddling with the team both during the break and just a moment ago, and it is my recommendation that we take what we've heard tonight. There's been over $3 million worth of modifications that we need to respond to. And I'd ask for the space, and quite frankly, the grace to come back to you all at a meeting of your choosing with a response to what we've heard this evening. I think that's the best path forward for us, given what we've heard tonight and given what we think we need to provide to you all to make a solid governance decision.
Okay, Commissioner Beeman. Yeah, I mean, it's possible, right? Well, I don't think that was a motion yet, but.
Thank you.
Postpone, okay. My mic is on now. So I would like to postpone to time certain. First reading B, a resolution to adopt the 2024-2027 recommended quadrennial budget from finance.
We need the actual time stated. What meeting would you like?
November
this?
15th. Thank you.
Still support it? He still supports any discussion, friends? Yes.
Just a point for this body, please know that we need to take some action before December 31st of 2023.
We will schedule as many special meetings as necessary to ensure that that happens. I don't think any will be necessary, but we will. The 15th is the next one. Yeah, that gives us time. So if we do the 15th, and then final reading would be in December. That's fine. We've done that before. You guys got to catch up on the previous seasons, right? Like that, it has happened before. It's totally fine. Okay, any other discussion? Yeah. Are we good? There's crosstalk. I want to hear too. No other discussion on it that anybody wants to mic up for? No micing up? Mike and Ike's? Yeah, go ahead.
I can only discuss the postponement motion. I do have a matter after we discuss the postponement that I want to discuss.
Yes. All right. Well, Bryce.
Commissioner LeBar. Yes. Commissioner Light. Commissioner Machieski.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie. Yes. Commissioner Sanders. Commissioner Scott. Yes. Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Commissioner Beeman.
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we'll get back to that later. Go. Yeah. What would you like to say, Commissioner Robbie?
I just wanted to say that you alluded to this, but I want to put an underline under it that I do think it's worth considering scheduling another November meeting potentially or December to have this conversation. And I know that there was some sidebarring happening over here on that, and I want to support that idea fully if there's a way to do that.
Well, there's a process for that, and feel free to use that process to request an additional meeting with the clerk. Yeah, if that's what our friends are nodding in the affirmative. It's gonna be hard for her to find a day. I'm gonna continue moving on now to the next item. We're on to single reading items. Would anybody like to move? Yeah, I'd say move the single reading all the way down. Anyone want to do it? I'm sorry. I couldn't see you, Commissioner Robbie. The angle was poor. Yeah, it's a nice haircut though. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move a resolution granting exemptions for CMH providers from the living wage ordinance. 2B, a resolution authorizing the above midpoint hire of Tony Kayumi. I hope I said that right, Tony, as Director of the Office of Community and Economic Development from Administration. A resolution authorizing the 2024 remonumentation grant from the Water Resources Commissioner. D, a resolution approving the receipt of grant funds from the Michigan State Court Administrative Office for the fiscal year 2024 Michigan Drug Court grant from the Washtenaw County Trial Court. E, a resolution to allocate $2,180,000 of the ARPA Financial Equity Center allocation to respond to the housing and homelessness system to support winter sheltering. F, a resolution to commemorate the 25th anniversary of the Michigan Firehouse Museum. And then 3, final reading. A resolution to approve the Office of Michigan Attorney General Sexual Assault Kit Initiative Grant Memorandum of Understanding for the period of October 1, 23 to September 30th, 24 for the prosecuting attorney. B, a resolution to approve the State of Michigan fiscal year 24 enhancement grant for the East Washtenaw Community and Recreation Center from administration. C, a resolution approving the final recommendation of award recipients for RFP 8419 Human Services Partnership 23 High Impact Grants Program from the OCED. D, a resolution to establish criteria for providing qualifying veterans enhanced assistance with the payment of burial expenses. And finally, 4A, approval of claims, a resolution authorizing the payment of claims commencing with the last previously approved claim and continuing through the date of October 23rd, 2023.
Always grateful for your reading. Sorry, I didn't see you. I'm gonna have to look around. Yusuf sometimes just okay, you beat you to the punch there. Let the record reflect, Commissioner Robbie seconded that. All right, any to pull for separate consideration? Okay, Commissioner Robbie raised his hand now. Sorry, so I gotta call it. No, I think they said B as in boy. E as in egg. Okay. Yep. 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 Any other ones? Any other ones? E as in egg. Yes, the housing one. B as in boy. Got it. Any others? There was a long list there. I'm seeing none. Are you people fiddling so much quicker in board portal? Yes. Okay. All right. Hey, look, I'm a big fan. All right. Well, let's go ahead and discuss the collection of them that were not pulled. And we'll say B and E for later. Any questions about that or discussion? Nothing that you haven't seen before for the most part. No, feeling good. I think we're feeling good, Bryce. Stop me if we're not. Bryce, roll call vote.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie? Under single reading, item A, living wage ordinance, no. On the remainder, yes. Commissioner Sanders?
Yes, but not for the.
Commissioner Scott?
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville?
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman?
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge?
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar?
Yes.
Sure.
All right, most resolutions passed. Okay. Now we will get into item B as in boy. I don't know if administrator wanted to start off with this one. He does. He rises to the podium.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for your consideration this evening. I have our candidate in the audience today, Tony Kaumi. She comes with us. Tony, if you want to join me. She comes to us with a great deal of experience, both in the Y, both regionally and nationally. She has been a community engagement officer for a firm, and I'm excited by what her leadership can do for our community. She knows the players and knows the system fairly well. We've talked to her about onboarding and what that could look like. And I think she'll bring a lot of value to both Washtenaw County and the community. So with that, I'll introduce Tony and ask her to say a few words.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm grateful for the opportunity and excited for the opportunity as well to join the OCED team and our governmental and collaborative partners in being able to address the areas that many of them which we discussed this evening related to affordable housing, senior programs, human services, community infrastructure, and brownfield redevelopment, and financial empowerment, and many more that are part of what OCED does. Being able to listen to the voices of community and analyze data to address systems change issues to allow for even greater economic and equity opportunities for the residents of our rural, suburban, and urban communities here in Washtenaw County. Thank you.
All right, friends. No, thank you, Tony. Questions or any discussion? Yes, Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you. This is not an easy thing to vote on because we were asked to do this earlier this year and I had concerns then. But now we're here again where we're asked to go above midpoint and I'm just not comfortable with doing that. So I'm going to be voting no on this. I know Tony, I've worked with her. I don't think that we should make a habit of doing that. And that's why I'll be voting no.
Anybody else? See it? Oh, Commissioner LeBar. It's a little loud. I'm sorry.
Thanks, Chair. I think we have gone almost a year now without an OCD director, and I don't know the right answer procedurally to how you fill that and have it meet I think the process requirements we want. I'm gonna vote yes. I know Tony very topically, but I think highly of her. To me, the biggest thing right now is having somebody from outside the organization who can speak on behalf of OCED in terms of what they think are the right policy recommendations and answers from this body is really helpful. And I think it will help us to empower somebody proactively to say, give us the most honest picture you can in terms of what the need is and what the best policy response is, not necessarily what is the most sustainable and affordable from an organizational standpoint, but rather what's the right answer and work backwards from there. And I think Tony coming as sort of a known entity from outside the organization is a shift that may give us that opportunity. I do think there's a taxing effect on commissioners when we go above and beyond midpoints and 2 maximums and so forth. And I think that does take a toll. I would argue in this instance, however, given the importance of OCD in so much of what we do, I would rather have the right person in at the right time, empower them to do that job, and deal with the concerns around salary and accept the criticisms as they may be. But I think ultimately it will be the right choice to move in this direction and go forward. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anybody over here? Commissioner Machieski.
Thank you, Chair. If I could ask the administrator, could you just review the process that you went through with this position that's been open for almost a year at this point? I know there were 2 rounds. There were a number of different county departments involved in this process. And could you describe what that was and, in essence, why it took 11 months to get here?
So let me go back to the first round of posting. We had a round of posting earlier in the year that went through a full, thorough, formal process. I can't remember. I believe that there are 2 commissioners in the room right now who participated. We moved through that process, selected a candidate based on our behavioral-based interview framework, selected a candidate who chose not to come to us for a variety of reasons. One, I believe, being compensation. Went back to the drawing board, posted it a second time. That position has been posted, will be posted for an entire calendar year, I think on the 8th or 9th of November of this year. So we were back at a posting. It was posted a second time. We were fortunate that Tony applied that second time. We moved through a very similar process, not the complete process that we undertook the first time, but it was one of making sure that we engage with department heads and elected officials, not in a formal session, but in an informal setting. The chair and I moved through and went through a more comprehensive interview session with the candidate. And that brings us to the space that we're at now. As some of you know, I have been on the Y board since 2017, and I've had the opportunity to observe Tony's work firsthand as a member of that board. And I feel very comfortable and confident that she is not only up to the challenge of the work, but will lean in and help me create a new operating framework for the Office of Community and Economic Development. As was stated earlier, she knows most of the players in the system, and I think is adept at making sure that she can bring our community partners to the table in a way that it is meaningful and adds value. So that's where we're at. As you know, I am seeking your support for the position and the hire. We are moving through our process, which includes an opportunity to look at her background. There's a fairly comprehensive background process that has been completed by the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office. All of those boxes have been checked, and they bring us to where we're at today.
Thank you. All right, we got Commissioner Sanders and then Commissioner Robbie.
Administrator Deal, first, I would like for you to just help me clarify something. I've had some communications today. In the time that you've served, have you ever known me to sit on the Ann Arbor
No.
YMCA board?
No, I saw the communication. There's some challenges with that communication. No, you have not sat on the YMCA.
I just wanted to make sure, because if I had, I just
Forgot about it.
I don't know that I was ever present.
Yeah.
So needed to clarify that so we didn't get into sort of a slanderous sort of situation. But the other thing is that you and I have had conversations about this position that I will not share, but I will say that I have expressed a concern about what I see is a lack of experience with labor on behalf of Ms. Calhoun. So I'm just concerned about that piece. And related to the midpoint, you know, we are seeing that we can't find people that are interested in various open positions that the county has, because we are not offering a market rate. And so I'm just cautious. Again, I say all the time, stop spending people's money. I'm just cautious about our unwillingness to recognize that if you want talent and if you want people that are willing to take on, I'm gonna say the headache, because OCED has kind of been our special child. I'm just saying, for a minute. And so, you know, I don't know anybody that would take a position that it has been sort of an uphill climb, and not feel that they were being appropriately compensated for their education, professional experience, et cetera, et cetera. But other than that, you know, I do have a concern about the labor piece, but I don't know that we have raised these same concerns about the hiring level for I think I can remember at least 5 positions that have come before us where there was no discussion about the midpoint. So, thank you.
Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. I had just a couple questions. I share many of the concerns that were discussed here. I'm looking at the candidate's resume, and I just had a couple questions on it. Is that appropriate to direct towards you? I'm wondering, essentially, no, it's not appropriate?
I'm not saying it isn't appropriate. I'm looking at Corp Counsel. I don't know what your question is, quite honestly.
Huh?
I don't know. Please ask your question.
Okay, I mean, I basically, hopefully this is not a hard question, but I was hoping to get a better understanding of how I see, I mean, well, let me just verify. The resume is this public information, right?
Yes.
Okay, so as I'm reading it, it seems like there's a lot, this individual has Tony has a lot of experience with various YMCAs across the country, and has done a lot of work at various YMCAs. And I do see that there's some experience at a PBS station perhaps, which is pretty cool. I guess my question is sort of like, I want to make sure that I understand that Tony will be making a clear pivot from the work that she has done in the nonprofit space with, you know, a nonprofit that obviously does great work in the community, but is managed very differently than a government office and does different work. And I guess I'm sort of wondering, like, will there be remaining ties to the YMCA, or is this, you know, I guess I kind of wanted to hear her philosophy about how she's approaching this new shift in her career and taking on a government position. That's kind of what I was hoping for. But if that's not appropriate, that's fine.
Well, I can certainly ask her to respond to your comment, but before she does that, I want to say from my seat, I would never hire anybody that continues to lean into the work of their former employer or that isn't interested in making us the priority. Now, I'm certainly open to making sure that there's a smooth transition from one position to the next. But I believe that Tony knows quite clearly that it's our expectation that she'll lean into the work of the county and help us operationalize the mission of Washtenaw County government. So I have no doubt that you all will hold me accountable for what comes out of OCD. And I will remind all of you that we have had, and don't hold me to the exact number, but Yusuf, you've been around almost as long as I have. We have had, 11 department heads in 18 years in OCD, and they've come from a variety of disciplines. And I am confident that she can do the work, will do the work, and will produce the kinds of results that I've heard from all of you. So with that, Tony, I don't know if you want to layer on any of my comments.
The work that I've been most passionate about doing while working at the YMCA has been related to helping individuals and families thrive. It's been the social justice and diversity and equity inclusion work more related to the social responsibility aspects. And having the opportunity to be able to work with Washtenaw County government as part of it versus just being a collaborative partner and being able to have the scope and scale that comes from being a part of government to make impactful change is really important to me on a personal level as well as a professional level. The fact that I've been a CEO of a nonprofit organization, I think helps me to understand our collaborative partners out in community and their needs as nonprofit organizations. I've been a government relations officer for a large nonprofit organization when I worked for the YMCA of Greater Cleveland. And you are correct, I have not been a part of being a government employee in the past, but I am eager to learn. And my alliance will be to the county, to One Washtenaw, to being able to serve our residents from the position of being a government employee. And my representation and advocacy and alliances will be for our community and Washtenaw County.
All right, you got more.
Actually, thank you for that. Really appreciate it. My last comment is actually for Greg. Thank you, Tony, for taking a few minutes. Quick comment, which is, I think we are seeing, as was expressed by some of my colleagues, we're seeing a lot of large pay scales for department heads. And what I will say is we better give our workers a good contract because they're looking at this and we have to treat everybody in the organization right. That's what I'll say. Thank you.
I don't want to get into negotiations in this board space, and I think I'll leave it at that.
Anybody else? I didn't miss anybody, I don't think. Didn't miss anybody. Okay. Oh, yep. I don't want to miss you, Commissioner Scott.
Chair, I'm really, I've been looking very hard and I can ask my colleagues if they remember where we landed on the compensation rate for the treasurer, clerk, prosecutor, water resources, public health director. Does anybody remember? I can't remember where we landed.
For the countywide elected officials, we landed at 170.
And for the department heads, where did we land?
A number that is not as even as the number I just said. So I don't have that one off the top of my head. But the department head number is higher than the 170 number.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody else? Oh, but before I'm almost to round two. Anybody that didn't speak yet before I get into second round comments? No. Commissioner Sanders.
So just clarity, the department heads are being paid higher than the elected.
The countywide elected officials. That's correct. You said it. Let the record reflect that he said that. That's it. Okay, well, I would say we're about to roll call vote on this, Bryce. I'd say I've always been really impressed with Tony's leadership in our community. I think she brings a tremendous amount to the table here. And I think she knows that she's walking into a challenging space. Having been on the interview team for the OCD director, as we've gone through this roughly year of it being vacant, I'm excited that she's willing and eager to step into the space and really help us move OCD to the next phase. And with that, Bryce.
Commissioner Machieski.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie.
Yeah.
Commissioner Sanders.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville.
No.
Commissioner Beeman.
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeVar.
Yes.
Commissioner Light.
Yes.
Thanks, Chair.
All right, we passed it. Welcome, Tony, to the Washtenaw County team. We try not to make our meetings this rough on department heads on a regular basis, but this was a good, sample. But you can always watch previous episodes on YouTube. All right, moving on to item E as an egg. which is the housing resolution. I believe that Commissioner Robbie has something to say related to that when he joins us at his mic. We will get into it. Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. So in response to, and I'm sorry for the folks on the other side of the table, there was discussions and I didn't get to pass that all the way around, so I'll wait till I don't know if there's enough copies for everybody. Can you pass it to the commissioners and maybe make a couple more copies for the staff? I'm sorry.
Does everybody have a copy of this item from Commissioner Robbie? You don't have a copy. You probably need to have a copy. You'll print more. Give Michelle. There you go.
So essentially, yeah, while these are getting passed out, I can explain it. If that's
Yeah, please.
So first of all, I want to start by thanking the administrator and the whole administrative team for putting this proposal together in reaction to what the citizens who came forward spoke to at our previous meeting. I think this is by and large a fantastic proposal. What I'm putting forward as an amendment is basically taking into account some of the comments that were made during public comment. And so essentially just walking you through what I'm proposing. So first and foremost, in an ideal world, we would have more money for this, even though we are putting a significant chunk in. But what I'm proposing is to shift from the $1 million in cash assistance, shifting 250,000 to rapid rehousing, adding an additional 250,000 for rapid rehousing. So that's why there's a change at the top where it's used to say 2,180,000, now it says 2,430,000, because the idea was to add, the net add is 250,000. So it'll be moving 250,000 from cash assistance down to rapid rehousing, adding an additional 250 to rapid rehousing. And then adding that item that says basically that $500,000 of the 750 would be used for lump sum payments to aid with the immediate housing needs, such as security deposit. These are things that we heard during public comment. And then the last change was something that I would like to see, wasn't mentioned during public comment, but it's basically moving up the timeline for the Housing Commission report from December to September. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'll move my amendment.
All right, is there a second?
Support.
All right, any discussion on the amendment? Go ahead, Commissioner Somerville.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for working on this. I had a lot of notes that I took during public comment and just things that I was thinking about prior to coming into the meeting. I might request a friendly amendment, and maybe it's not friendly. I don't think it's a friendly amendment. So regarding like the changes to the 1 million, yes, I love that. I think we need to make some changes because one of the things that I wanted to allow flexibility for is the situation in which somebody's currently homeless. We could get them into housing if they got a lump sum of money and they got to do their first month, last month security deposit and all the other costs associated with moving in and then providing those monthly payments for 400. I don't know though, if we should do that like number, Commissioner Rapi, because I'm looking at it, that leaves 750. And so over half would be used for that. I guess in my head, I was thinking about 250, 300,000, and then the rest going directly to cash assistance. But I see that we found more money for rapid rehousing. Is that what's going on? Is like, because the number increased to 2.4, which I'm grateful for. Love that. I think I just want to make sure that we're still setting aside enough money to help with the direct cash payments that will offset the cost of rent or other expenses.
Commissioner Sanders. Well, I mean, he's next, but so what's happening? Are you answering this question? Was that a question?
I'm commenting on the amendment as presented.
Okay. All right,
and I'd like to make some changes to the amendment.
But are you offering a friendly amendment to?
I don't think it's friendly. I think it's going to require like an actual motion.
You can amend my amendment, but
yeah. So I'll wait and let other people
get to everybody else. All right, go ahead, Commissioner Labar. And then Sanders, and then unless somebody else gets in there for round one.
I genuinely don't know at this point if it is germane to the amendment that Commissioner Somerville will offer or not. I'm open to, whatever amendment is proposed and then changed. What I want to make sure is that we align with the advice we got particularly from Amanda Carlisle at the Washtenaw Housing Alliance, Aubrey Patino at Avalon, and then Dan's email, which came in this morning over at the Shelter Association, Dan Kelly, forgive me, with that allocation. Perhaps though, Commissioner Somerville's amendment may reflect some of that, so I'm open to it, but I feel like we have the continuum of care. We've taken it over as hours within OCED, and one issue that's come up time and time again is it's uncertain if that is the right setup because of the expertise question. And I think admin has done a great job to put this together. But much of it is informed with the advice that we got from the task force and from the continuum of care members. And so I want to make sure whatever we do now fully maximizes that advice. So I'll wait to hear more and go from there. Thanks, Chair.
Yep, Commissioner Sanders.
So I'm uncomfortable with receiving something that was literally worked out at the board table as we were conducting board business. This is not enough time for me to be able to digest it. We've postponed making any decision about the housing issue that was on the agenda, and I think we should do the same with this. I need to be able to ask more questions. And as was said earlier, there was serious concern about not allowing enough time for the discussion about the budget, and this certainly is no time to discuss, figure out whether or not it makes sense. Is it enough, not enough? I don't, the last time I got a last minute notice like this, it was about our raises and I said no. So I don't like this. This is kind of ambush. That's my comment.
All right. Anybody that hasn't spoken yet before I get back? Well, you already talked. So Commissioner Robbie, then we'll get to Commissioner Somerville, while everybody else thinks of a question.
Awesome. Just to directly respond to Commissioner Sanders first, I literally wrote this in response to what this constituents came and spoke to. So I'm trying to be reactive to what they're bringing forward. So I tried to do my best, and this is what I put together. I was able to run it by, to Commissioner Labar's point, some of our partners, though not all of them. I reached out to some of them and some of the folks in the room, and they seem to think that the language fit their needs. The one thing that I would, so in response to Commissioner Somerville, I would love to further understand. I don't quite understand what you were saying, and I want to make sure that I do understand it. So I think what you were saying is that you wanted to keep $1 million in, nope, okay. Could you maybe help me? Would it be okay for her to?
I mean, she's next in the queue anyway.
Okay, well then, before I ask for further clarity, one item of clarity that I do want to put out there in terms of the $250,000 is, I don't know if the additional $250,000, I don't know if the administrator wants to speak to it directly, but my understanding is that money is, there's a potential that that could be identified within ARPA, but it's not necessarily going to come from that same ARPA allocation. And so I don't know if you want to speak to.
That is correct. And at some point I wanted to weigh in to say, hey, we still need to identify the additional resources. Potentially they could come from ARPA, but may have to come from another source. And that's the work that we will need to do internally.
That's all I have.
All right, Commissioner Somerville.
Okay, thanks. I will respond. So I do just want to clarify, I gave a heads up to the administrator and that I had some suggestions of amendments to make. And I do, like having this sheet that Commissioner Robbie produced is one avenue. I was just planning on making motions from the floor to amend this. But I'm happy to make changes to what is here if folks are interested. I guess for me, with the 1 million that was set aside as presented to us, I guess I just want to leave more flexibility based on the conversations that I've had with you this week, Administrator Dill, and others in the community who were here tonight. So like my intention was to leave it flexible for the things that we're talking about, like lump sums to get people rehoused more quickly. And I guess I also just want to press the point that like we need to approve this tonight because it's urgent. Like super urgent. Like we needed to do this 2 months ago. So I'm happy to make my suggestions in like changes individually. I think some of it's just like how we word it so that you all have the right direction. And so I guess I was assuming that leaving more room for flexibility around that, but I guess I want to make it clear too that I would like more of the funding to be direct cash assistance. I don't know. I don't know where you got that.
If I'm understanding you correctly, I think what you're suggesting is that you would strike the line at least 500,000 shall be
Yeah.
used for lump sum
Yes.
payments to aid with immediate housing needs such as security deposits. So if that
Yes.
line was struck, you'd be fine with the other.
Taking the other 250 to put into rapid rehousing, and then there might be a match for another 250 for rapid rehousing.
So
Yes.
then would you ask for a
That
friendly
is-
amendment to just strike that language
I
that
would
I
like
just
to
read?
strike, if that's okay, I guess. I don't know. I
Let her finish. She's
Yeah, I guess I'm
almost
just trying to, I want to make it clear what I'm trying to get at. I just want there to be enough flexibility both to like have a sustainable program so that we can see the results at the end of the year and keep people housed. But I also want there to be some flexibility so we can get people housed very quickly, the currently unhoused. And they're not gonna be able to do that unless we provide lump sum payments. I get that, but I also want to make sure we have enough room to continue the monthly payments. And by the way, I think that some of those monthly payments may need to vary based on the rent that they're gonna be paying. So I want to leave flexibility in many areas. Because if somebody's renting an apartment in Ann Arbor but has like a voucher and they're kind of, I don't know how it all works, but there might be some situations where we need to be a little flexible with even what the amount is per month, and I want to leave room for that.
Okay, so just to reiterate, you would be happy if that line that I read earlier was struck?
Yes.
Okay, Administrator Dill and then Commissioner
Yeah,
Scott.
I just want to get back up at a macro level. Let me just say to this body a couple of things. So one, I do see the urgency around you all approving this item tonight. It's a commitment that we have softly made to the community. We have advocates both internally at our service providers and in the audience this evening that we have made commitments to. And the commitments have all been centered around doing the very best to respond to the unhoused and the homelessness in the community. So I too would like to see us be deliberate about responding to this and approving something this evening. From my chair, and this is where I think our community partners, you mentioned Aubrey Patino, Dan Kelly, and Amanda Carlisle, to name a few.
All right, guys, a lot of crosstalk. Let's just.
The team over at OCD, they've all been engaged. You asked that we make sure that we've engaged our community in the right way before we brought something back to you. We have done that work, and I don't want that work to go for naught. Obviously, you all are the final approvers, and what I see, what I've heard to this point only enhances what we've talked about. So I would love to see you guys go ahead and authorize us to move forward. At the end of the day, you have my commitment that we will be back before you before we start to push resources out. That won't delay any of our response. But when we talk about operationalizing $2.5 million in our community, I want to make sure that what we are doing, the path that we're on, is in alignment with the resolution that you all hopefully will adopt this evening. We had a presentation that's no longer valid for positive reasons, but I certainly would like to be back before you guys on the 15th with an updated document that speaks definitively to our community around what we're going to do to address the unhoused and homelessness, both families and individuals in our community.
Yeah, I'm sorry that the presentation is no longer 100% relevant. Commissioner Scott, before I get to you, I just want to clarify, Commissioner Somerville, were you making a friendly amendment? Or were you asking to do that or not? Okay, so you're making a. All right, when you think about it, let me go to Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I think that what, my support of the amendment really did come from it was swayed by our nonprofit, partners who, and especially, I will say, Aubrey Patino, who sent us a very thoughtful email with sources. And this webinar, which I hopefully I can go to, but talk specifically about, cash assistance and flexibility, but how, where did she say is that they have research has shown, or like lived experience has shown, that these, a common practice that is proving to be successful is that recipients receive a much more substantive one-time lump sum, and in some cases additional monthly payment. And that's, showing a lot of success, at least in 3 cities that she cited, if you looked at the links: Vancouver, Denver, and Philadelphia. So I think that, what I liked about doing this was that it made sure that we signified that that there would be a significant amount of money that went to those lump sum payments to try to get people into housing and get them into permanent housing as quickly as possible. That's what all of us want to do. It's just a matter of how we're doing it. Thanks.
Yep. Commissioner Lay hasn't spoken yet, so jump in the line here. Go ahead. Oh, your mic's not on. Uh-oh.
My concern is that we may have issues with how the amount of cash assistance that we are going to provide, where we have families that are receiving cash assistance from federal dollars, and then we come in and we are providing a larger amount of cash assistance. I just want us to proceed with caution on how and how much we provide, or if we are going to if there's going to be a way that families that are receiving cash assistance from federal funds, if they would be allowed, maybe if we say we give an amount of $600 per month of cash assistance, would the families receiving cash assistance from federal dollars receive $200 to assist them, so that it is equal? So we just need to make sure that we're aware and cautious on how and the amount, and that we are able to support all of our residents in the county equally.
Yeah, I understand. We would not want to do anything to disrupt other benefits that people are receiving. Commissioner Robbie Somerville Sanders.
I was just going to make a recommendation. So I'm reading Aubrey's email again, and I think part of why I put the 500,000 in there is because she was suggesting that in her email to be, as Commissioner Scott was saying. But I think the way that she framed it was using half of the 1 million. And so now that it's 750, I guess one option would be to say, split the 750 in half and do half for lump sum and half for more flexible money. So that could be one option. Just wanted to throw it out there.
All right, Commissioner Somerville and Sanders.
I'm comfortable with that option. I think we have to speak to the amendment.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll bring up my other issue later. So I'm comfortable with that, splitting it down the middle. And then I guess even with that language, it's still flexible. So yeah, okay. Cause even those lump sums, it could be a lump sum for moving costs, and then it could be it could also include the first 3 months or something like that. So, okay, I'm comfortable with that.
Are you making the friendly amendment?
No. Oh, I'll make I move to amend this so that the 750 is equally split between the direct cash assistance, and the upfront lump sum.
It would probably just be easier. I mean, it seems like, are you amenable to it? Well,
If it's acceptable to the attorney for me to accept it as a friendly amendment, I think probably the cleaner way to do it is just to strike 500,000 in the amended sentence and write in 300, was it 375?
yeah. Is that acceptable?
Yes.
Yes, it's acceptable. He accepts it as a friendly amendment. Do you, I think Commissioner Scott was the seconder. Do you accept it as a friendly amendment or no?
Just to be clear, I've got 750,000.
All right. All right, great. Now we're going to Commissioner Sanders and then Labar. No, Sanders, Maciejewski, Labar.
The level of trying to understand this from the board table is exactly why I'm uncomfortable with it. I support our commitment to helping to house and keep people housed. I don't support this amendment and the process by which it came about, because we're putting a lot of weight on one or two individuals. And it seems like there's some other voices in the business of housing that we're not considering. And so I'm personally concerned that this may be, I don't know if I want to say being manipulated, but I'm not comfortable with this sort of just, here it is, just take me at my word for it. I have some questions. I actually sent a communication to staff earlier before this even came up, asking for an ability to be able to meet with some of the major housing nonprofits in the county, because I want to understand the process. I've gotten some complaints about people not being serviced or by some of these nonprofits that I want to be able to ask and get an answer from them about whether or not the allegations are accurate. And so, yeah, I'm not comfortable with the way this is going. If we are on one hand saying that we're not giving enough time for the budget discussion in general and for our residents to be able to talk, but then this is something that has just cropped up during this meeting in terms of amending it, that's not matching up to me. And so I'm concerned, and I want to make sure that this, if we're going to do this, that it's going to be equitable. And that the agencies that are servicing the homeless and the home insecure are not predominantly in Ann Arbor, are servicing with the same zest and zeal on the eastern side of US 23. And so I've got questions that I think need to be answered and would be beneficial for all once those answers are received.
All right, so Commissioner Scott has entered the queue. So now we've got Commissioner Maciejewski, Commissioner Labar, Commissioner Somerville. No, yep. Scott Somerville. I want to remind everybody to turn your mics on. Our viewers at home are missing key pieces of the conversation by not turning your microphone on. And then when we ask people to tune in to previous episodes or watch the previous season, they can't do it because the audio's not there. So Commissioner Maciejewski, please turn your microphone on. You're usually really good about that though, so I don't know.
It's on.
It's on, all right.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a bit of anxiety about not knowing where the new 250,000 is coming from. I would personally like that to be identified. I appreciate the effort to add money for rapid rehousing. That's something very much would like to see. To the point of, I might actually like to see more on the rapid rehousing side than the direct cash assistance side, quite frankly. I appreciate the discussion around the rapid pace that this amendment is going at and the fact that we're kind of working it out during the course of the meeting today. I'm also sensitive to the fact that it's cold outside now, and you know we've got a time situation here. So those are some of my concerns. I guess I'm thinking out loud and not really asking a question. But you know, for me, I guess I would really like to know where this new $250,000 is coming from. And if the administrator can say that it's going to be ARPA money in some way, shape, or form, that would probably make me feel better. But if it's something that's got to be taken from somewhere else and you know, that's going to be cut, I would like to know that.
I cannot say definitively, that is the first source for me. And I just need a little bit of time to sit with this and determine the accuracy of where those resources are going to come from. So that is certainly the first source that we'll look to.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, I believe the queue is Labar, Scott, Somerville.
Probably in line with this, I don't mind taking action tonight, given the timeliness of it, but I just have to see it or hear it read out verbatim how it is, how it's been amended, and specifically the aggregate amount, which I believe is now up to $2,430,000, but again, $250,000 that is unspoken for in terms of source. And then the critical ones to me are the amount now for direct cash assistance and the minimum that must be used for lump sum payments, and then any change, if there is any, down to that last bullet point, which is 500,000 for rapid rehousing. If just get that either printed out or read out so that we're all on the same page, that would be really helpful. But I think I can go where the amendment is going. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Ashley will do that for us. Thank you, Ashley. All right, boom, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to clarify a point that the email that I referenced had sources, and they were academic sources and had significant p-values that showed how these things helped. That I'm not, and I'm basing my decision on doing this based on these research articles sent to us from hearing what we have heard from the last several months from people at this table. I trust the voices of the people I've heard in this room even more than I trust the significant p-value, and more than I trust even the people who are doing the very hard work of helping these people. I have heard from these men and women what they need, and they need it. They need it sooner rather than later. If we have to take this back and get rid of that 250,000 to do that, if there's too much consternation about that, I'd take back the 250,000 to get that money out to the community to help these people tonight. Because I'm going home and the heat is on in my house, and I bet it's on in all of your houses too. And I think what sometimes motivates me in my work, both as a nurse and at this table, is I think of every person out in that world is somebody's kid who somebody loved as much as I love my kid. And I can't hear these stories from these people talk about things that are on the street without thinking, that could be my family member. That is my family member. We are a community. And, you know, I appreciate the push that we have gotten from some of the commissioners on this board to make this a priority and push it hard, particularly Commissioner Somerville, who has really been doing a lot of work to get us to this place. And so whatever we need to do to get this, to get that money out into the community sooner rather than later, I'm happy to do. But my decisions aren't based on some one person telling me that as if I was a puppet. It's based on listening to people, reading the research articles and doing the work. Thank you.
All right, just as a reminder, we're having a discussion about the amendment, so if there is a lot of discomfort about the amendment, it could always be voted down, and then we could do the original thing we had. But we'll go ahead and go to Commissioner Sanders, Commissioner Somerville, Commissioner Robbie. I think you raised your hand. Okay, if it comes back to you, I'll put you back. Okay, Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you. I just want to say that I'm thankful that at 11:31, we're still having this conversation. It's really important. I've been wanting to have this conversation for 10 months, so I'm really glad that we're here. I also, earlier this year when we were talking about like our board goals, one of the things that I shared is like, I love this part of the work that we do when we talk through things and show people how government and elected officials make decisions. I think it's really powerful and magical. And so I like this. And I will just say that like my decisions around some of these amendments both come from like my own personal opinions, but also things that I've had meetings over the last 2 weeks with people who are my constituents. Some of them are not mine. And also just like looking at best practices in other places. And also like wanting to take the risk for us to do something that surrounding counties haven't done yet. It's unheard of to do this like lump sum thing and like get people housed directly. And I just think housing like first saves lives. And I've talked about it here about how personal that is to me, because it is somebody's kid or somebody's mom or somebody's brother. And you never know, like, they don't have to be out very long. My mom was homeless again for 2 weeks before she died. So it doesn't take a long time. And I think that this is like really what ARPA has allowed governments to do is take risks and do these pilots and see what works. And I think it's an opportunity for us to build out what we want to do in the future. So I do think it's important that we, approve this. And I welcome, conversation between now and the next meeting if we need to make other changes, but I do think that we should move forward with this amendment and the whole resolution tonight. And I also just want to, again, kind of double down on the fact that I've been in meetings all week with Administrator Dill and Terrence and other members of the community and have had difficult conversations with them. I'm not even aligned with the people that entirely aligned with the people that I met with all week and had to kind of vulnerably say, I kind of disagree with you on this, but this is why. And so I've been having a lot of conversations and kind of, just being honest with people when I do disagree with what they're suggesting. So I think it's an important part of how we govern. And I'm just grateful that again, it's 11:33 now. I'm just grateful that we're still having this conversation.
Yep, Commissioner or Administrator Dill.
Thank you. Would this board consider passing the resolution as currently authored or passing the resolution with the amounts that are currently authored with the modifications that we've talked about, with the understanding that we will bring you back a supplemental resolution that gets to the additional amount? I'm just leaning into the discussions that we've had both in community with our partners, with the thought leaders around the system. And we've asked for their engagement. We've asked them to weigh in on this. And I just want to maintain the integrity of those discussions and the actions that we have lifted up during those discussions. So I just want to park that with the board for your consideration.
So to be clear, what you're suggesting is if there's some discomfort about passing this as amended because we don't know, we can't say definitively where the $250,000 would come from, you would bring a supplemental at the next meeting that would clarify where the $250,000 would come from.
Correct.
Okay. Just to be clear. They'll tell us next time where it's coming from. Yeah. Commissioner Sanders remembers you remember your question? And then I'm gonna get back.
Really, it was a clarification. It was this clarification. It is cold outside. and people need to have a safe place to be. And I think I'm gonna take an opportunity to be a little boastful, because I think had it not been for my tears and absolute tantrum at our last executive board, we would not have this package in front of us. It was beefed up after I basically said, we're not doing enough. And what I'm saying right now is that I just don't like last minute. Don't ask me to just trust you on something, because I've got questions. I do support the funding. I just don't like this last minute stuff. And I can't remember a time in my limited time on the board where we have ever not supported and provided the resources for the most vulnerable in this county. I can't remember. So I just want to be clear that this isn't an issue of saying, no, we're not going to help. We've never said that. I don't have any faith. I do not have faith in approving the original presentation and then being able to come back and ask for additional support. I'm going to vote for it. I just needed to be clear that I don't like the way it was done. And there was enough time to do better.
Commissioner Robbie. Good. Commissioner Light.
I definitely I would vote yes, definitely. However, that 250,000, I just want to, is there a way that it can be listed as a pending, or it's unclear? But it needs to be, I don't want it to be something that we don't have. I want to know that we have that, but I want to be safe and secure that we have that. I want it, and I want it to be there. If we're going to say we're going to give it, we need to have it, and we need to be confident and confirmed that we have that extra 250,000. So
I think we can say we have it. It's just
no.
What
we're saying
bucket?
we have it, but where is it?
Right. I mean, so that speaks to what Administrator. Do you want to reiterate your point?
So I heard what was said, but
Yeah.
I'm saying I want, if we're gonna pass it with the 200, I want it to make sure that we're gonna have it, and it's not gonna be pulled from somewhere else, and then we're gonna be trying to, we need to know where it's at.
So again, what I'm hearing, and some of this was lifted up during Commissioner Matiewski's comments, the source of the funding. Certainly, anytime we move funding from one bucket to another, there's an impact. So I was asking for the space and the opportunity to go back and look at where it can come from and bring that back to you all. That's all. Simply put, I just want to make sure that when you ask us to do something and you ask us to find the funding for a certain item, that we do that and do it in a way that maintains the integrity of our resources. We do, as was indicated, have the resources. That to me is not the question. The question is, where do they come from, and you all authorizing us to spend said resources.
Yeah, Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you. I'm trying to find a way to make everybody comfortable here. I'm hearing a lot of, discussion about that 250. One option that could require a little bit of drafting, but we could put that number in the resolve clause back to 2,180,000 from ARPA, and then add a resolve clause that directs staff to identify $250,000 of additional funds for rapid rehousing. That could be a way to give flexibility to what Commissioner Light is saying, gives administration, still says we're going to do the 250, but you get to identify it from another. If it's not ARPA, it's coming from somewhere else. Is that?
I believe that gets to the
You
spirit
can
of
friendly amendment yourself, and if Commissioner Scott likes it, that's a doable thing.
Well, I guess I want to make sure that the clerk has it written down too. So it's a friendly amendment to myself, certainly, but.
But I believe that gets to the spirit of what I
Right.
heard from
Yeah.
Commissioner Light. And I'll also say, just to, I hate to be clear about this, but that directs the administrator, not the staff.
That if I didn't say administrator, I'm sorry that I didn't say that.
No
I intended
apologies
to.
necessary.
I intended to.
No apologies.
Are you doing that? Are you?
Yes.
Friendly
So
and
I'll
yourself?
friendly amendment myself to return the number under the be resolved clause to $2,180,000 in American Rescue Plan funding. So that goes back to the original number. And then adding a be it resolved clause that directs the administrator to identify $250,000 of additional money for rapid rehousing.
How do you feel about that, Commissioner Scott, as the seconder? Fine and dandy, like sour candy.
Is the administrator good with that language?
Yes.
Okay.
Excellent. Okay, well, it has been friendly amended and seconded, so do we have any discussion anymore? You want to vote now? We all like that. This is it, last call. Yes, this is a vote on the amendment. So Bryce, roll call us.
Commissioner Robbie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders, Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yep.
Commissioner Labar. Yes. Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski.
Yes.
Thanks, Chair.
We've returned to discussion on the motion as amended, and Commissioner Somerville has something to say.
I would love that to say,
We will make that correction.
No, not for. Oh,
I'm
yeah,
so
no, keep the
sorry.
mic up. You had a very valuable
Apologize.
comment.
So that's not an amendment. That'll just,
If it's not part of the resolution, you don't need to amend it.
okay, because I'm bouncing between this and the resolution and
No,
I,
just got to make a motion.
I
to amend-
think-
amend-
okay,
There's
let me
no-
just verify in the
Verify.
resolution. Okay, thank you.
Yep. Are you verifying right now? Okay. Anybody else got anything while she verifies? Feeling good?
I'm good.
You're good.
Mhm.
Any other further discussion on this? Are we ready to vote? No? All right, Bryce, it's that special time.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie.
Yes.
All right, look at that. Motion passed. That's a significant sum of money. Thank you, everybody, for your work, and thank you to the community for being so engaged on this issue. That's how the sausage gets made. The sausage being policy. All right, great. We're gonna move into report from the chair of the Board of Commissioners. I had about an hour of stuff I was gonna share with you, but the hour is late. So I will forego that at this time. And now we're gonna move on to item for current and future discussion. Now for our friends at home or in the audience, this is the part of the meeting where we're gonna go into a closed session. There's nothing else on the agenda after this. So you're not gonna see anything else interesting. We're gonna come back and basically the meeting will probably be over. But I would look for somebody to move to get us into closed session. I think you gotta read the special words.
Sure.
Commissioner Labar is gonna read the special
Yeah,
words.
I'm gonna move that we go into closed session to discuss the pending litigation, Derek Waskell v. Washtenaw County, and discuss a legal opinion from counsel.
I would still support it.
Thank you. Roll call, Bryce.
Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Somerville,
Turn your mics on.
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders.
Yes.
Closed session time. Stay tuned. We will return at an undetermined time. All's back to order at 12:58 a.m. Well, happy Thursday, everybody. Do we have any other items for current or future discussion? I'm seeing no other, Commissioner Rock. He was, yep, okay. All right, well, we have no pending items, so then I would look for a motion to adjourn. All in favor? We are out of here right before 1 a.m. Get home and get some sleep, everybody. We'll see you in the morning.